Ada betul, berarti memang kayu semua juga satu kami.
Kalau saya selamat,
Sedang ada. Boleh lagi. Tadi dia try lah, dia try serang. Dia try ada dua ya, maksudnya kau duduk tu je. Maksudnya kau tak ada masuk, tak ada dengan mic je. Nanti dia tak dapat lah bunuh. Dia bunuh sikit tu sana. Dia punya speaker yang mana tu dari sini. Dari sini.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem Negaraku, followed by the Malaysian Ministry of Health song Sedia Membantu.
aset negara, kualiti hidup dipelihara, berpasukan, berganding tangan, bertingkatkan taraf kesihatan. Secara profesional khidmat diberi, kecemerlangan matlamat kami, dimanapun jua di setiap waktu, kami sedia membantu. Kami penyayang pada semua, bagi kami tiada beza. Bertanggung jawab amalan kita, kesihatan dan matua dijaga. Bangsa yang sihat, aset negara, kualiti hidup dipelihara, berpasukan, berganding tangan, bertingkatkan taraf kesihatan. Secara profesional khidmat diberi, kecemerlangan matlamat kami, dimanapun jua di setiap waktu, kami sedia membantu. Kami penyayang pada semua, bagi kami tiada beza. Bertanggung jawab amalan kita, kesihatan dan matua dijaga. Secara profesional khidmat diberi, kecemerlangan matlamat kami, dimanapun jua di setiap waktu, kami sedia membantu. Dimanapun jua di setiap waktu, kami sedia membantu.
Before we move on, let us begin the recitation of doa that will be led by Ustaz Adam bin Zakaria, penolong pendaftar Al-Ikhwan Islam UiTM Shah Alam Campus.
الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، حمدا كثيرا طيبا مباركا فيه، حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhum kama rabbawna shighara wa li jami'il muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma ya zal jalali wal ikram, kami panjatkan setinggi-tinggi kesyukuran kehadratmu kerana dapat berkumpul di dalam program National TV Webinar bersempena dengan Hari TV Sedunia 2022. Jadikanlah ia sebagai wasilah untuk memperbaiki diri, meningkatkan ilmu dan kemahiran diri dalam melahirkan model insan yang disegani demi melaksanakan amanah dan tanggungjawab kami. Wa ya sami'u du'a, kami menadah tangan jua memohon restu ya Allah. Kurniakanlah kepada kami iman yang kamil, ilmu yang memberi manfaat, rezeki yang halal, anak yang soleh, rumah tangga yang bahagia, usia yang berkat, doa yang mustajab, hajat yang tertunai, kesehatan yang berterusan, keselamatan dan kesejahteraan di dunia dan akhirat. Ya Allah, Tuhan yang mentadbir sekalian alam, kepadamu jua kami memohon agar dimudahkan segala urusan petugas kesehatan dalam memberi perkhidmatan dan perawatan khususnya penyakit TB ini. Dikurniakan petunjuk dalam setiap kajian yang dijalankan, memberi pendidikan penjagaan kesehatan demi melindungi jiwa dan segala kemaslahatan. Berkatilah segala usaha yang kami jalankan. Bimbinglah kami dalam meningkatkan prestasi pencapaian, jua sebagai bekalan kami di hari kebangkitan bagi memelihara karamatul insan dan di akhirat nanti beroleh kejayaan. Allahumma ya basit, ya hafiz, ya raqib, lindungilah negara kami yang tercinta ini dari segala ancaman dan mara bahaya, agar kami dapat hidup dalam aman merdeka. Hindarilah kami dari bala bencana dan wabak penyakit. Jauhilah kami dari segala perpecahan, perselisihan, pertengkaran yang tiada berkesudahan dan kemungkaran yang membinasakan. Allahumma inna nas'aluka as-sihhata wal 'afiyata wa husnal khuluq. Allahumma inna na'udzubika minal hammi wal hazan wa na'udzubika minal 'ajzi wal kasal wa na'udzubika minal jubni wal bukhl wa na'udzubika min ghalabati ad-daini wa qahri rijal. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. La yadurru ma'a ismihi syai'un fil ardi wa la fis samai wa huwas sami'un 'alim. Allahumma inna na'udzubika minal barasi wal junun wal juzam wa min sayyi'il asqam. Allahumma jam'ana hadza jam'an marhuma wa tafarraqna min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina 'adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Without further ado, it's my honor to invite our Director General of Health yang berbahagia, Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Hisham Abdullah, to deliver the keynote speech entitled Invest to NTB Save Life.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Honourable Minister Yang Berhormat Khairi Jamaluddin, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Very good morning, greetings and salam sejahtera. It is my pleasure to warmly welcome every one of you to the National TB webinar in conjunction with the National World TB Day Celebration 2022. I would also like to thank the TB Leprosy Sector Disease Control Division in collaboration with the TB Leprosy Unit, Selangor State Health Department, and the Malaysian Association for the Prevention of Tuberculosis, Selangor, and the Universiti of Teknologi, Mara, for hosting the webinar. This webinar is the best opportunity for us to learn and share new knowledge and developments, opportunities and challenges in our battle against tuberculosis to ensure that the population of Malaysia will enjoy good health. Each year, we commemorate World Tuberculosis Day on March 24th to raise public awareness about the devastating health, social and economic consequences of TB and step up efforts to end global TB epidemic. I am pleased that this year's World TB Day's theme is Invest to End TB, Save Lives, which conveys the urgent need to invest resources to ramp up the fight against TB. This is especially critical in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic that has put NTB progress at risk and to ensure equitable access to prevention and care in line with WHO's drive towards achieving universal health coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has reversed years of progress in providing essential TB services and reducing TB disease burden. The most obvious impact is a significant global drop in the number of newly diagnosed and reported TB. Globally, WHO estimated 9.9 million fell ill with TB and only 5.8 million reported to have access to TB care, and 4.1 million gaps of people undiagnosed or unreported. For TB mortality, the World Health Organization estimated that 1.5 million people died from TB in 2020. As for us in Malaysia, TB cases had reduced 10% in 2020 and further decreased to 8% in 2021. TB mortality has increased 5% in 2020 but declined 1.4% in 2021. Late treatment-seeking behavior, delayed TB diagnosis and treatment has increased TB deaths. Therefore, efforts to improve health awareness and invest to ensure access to essential TB services is vital to prevent complications associated with TB, including TB mortality. TB should be given high priority in our public health agenda, at par with the attention we are providing to COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. Apart from finding people with TB disease and treat them, the vital strategy in TB control include preventive action. These range from infection control, high-risk group screening, especially context of the index case of TB, active case finding, and provision of TB preventive treatment. People with latent TB infection do not feel sick, do not have symptoms, and cannot spread TB bacteria to others. Without treatment, they are at risk for developing TB disease at some point in their lives. It is time to test and treat people with latent TB infection to prevent the development of active TB disease. The Ministry of Health Malaysia has started latent TB infection screening and diagnosis among contacts of pulmonary TB smears positive TB and noted that the prevalence of latent TB infection was 25.5%. However, only 56.1% agreed on TB preventive treatment. We need to scale up services and investment in latent TB infection screening and TB preventive treatment to protect them from becoming sick later in life and cut down on the risk of transmission in the country. This is critical to ending TB locally and nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, TB remains the world's leading infectious killer, and yet, in the last 50 years, only 3 new drugs and regimens have been developed to combat the disease. As we are all concerned, drug-resistant TB is more expensive and challenging to treat than drug-sensitive TB and threatens progress in fighting against TB. Currently, the shortest treatment cycle is 6 months for drug-susceptible TB, with an even longer duration for drug-resistant TB. The World Health Organization has released new recommendations on better treatment options for drug-resistant TB, but these still need to be widely rolled out. We need more research and more tools in the pipeline, and more importantly, we need safer and more effective shorter drug regimens for TB treatment. Fast, accurate diagnostic tests exist, but they are not widely accessible. In anticipation of the increased numbers of drug-resistant TB cases, there is an urgent need to protect current TB services investment. To sustain gains be made in drug-resistant TB control, investing more in the development of new TB drugs and treatment regimens is prudent long-term strategy. Global targets for reduction in the burden of tuberculosis disease have been set as part of the Sustainable Development Goal 2030 and the End-TB Strategy 2035, with the TB incidence rate as the indicator for measuring progress. The End-TB Strategy calls for introducing new tools to fight TB by 2025. Each area of TB products development has made significant strides over the past decades, but needs a considerable step up in financial support to bring game-changing diagnostics, drugs and drug regimens and vaccines to market by the End-TB Strategy deadlines. The most significant advances in TB diagnostics R&D would be the advent of a rapid point-of-care testing for diagnosing TB and detecting drug resistance at the primary care level, and the test to identify people with latent TB infection most at risk of disease progression. A new TB vaccine that is safe and more effective than BCG and protects against all forms of TB in adolescents and adults would be the most powerful tool for rapidly reducing TB incidence. Ladies and gentlemen, digital technologies are changing healthcare delivery globally, as witnessed by the dramatic growth in electronic health records, telehealth for virtual patient encounters, and teleradiology for remote interpretation of imaging studies. There is also increasing recognition that digital technologies can support medication adherence. Examples include the use of video phone calls for observation of medication injection, for a live discussion of any problems of concerns, and the use of short message service for ongoing communication between patient and provider. Video observed treatment for monitoring TB patients' compliance is an alternative method for directly observed treatment by healthcare providers for patients who have difficulties having daily direct observed treatment at health facilities. Investment for this strategy will slowly be implemented in the healthcare practice. Investment for TB control and prevention are not just within the healthcare system, they go beyond other ministries. Issues like poverty and lack of social protection, malnutrition, overcrowding, poor living or working conditions, and migration also needs attention. They must be widely appreciated and recognized by various stakeholders. The task of addressing this problem is not the government's responsibility alone, nor should it be rest only on the shoulders of the public health expert. It is the collective responsibility of all concerned stakeholders, including the governments, non-governmental organizations, civil society, communities, families, and patients. Healthcare providers can invest in TB by promoting TB awareness among their circle of friends, families, and communities, stimulating leadership and action by organizing TB health education-related activities and sharing TB campaign materials on social media. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us here share one vision: a world free of tuberculosis, zero death, disease and suffering due to tuberculosis. We cannot expect to overcome these challenges with a business as usual approach. We need to be bold and to seek to apply out-of-the-box approaches. We need innovations in thinking and in acting to realize our vision of ending tuberculosis and indeed rendering a disease of the past. In summary, to realize this vision, we must undertake the following measures. We need a rapid and early diagnosis, reduce unnecessary TB transmission, and improve treatment outcomes. We need to expand people-centered care by moving it nearer to patients and their families and introducing shorter and more effective treatment regimens, including rational use of medicines to avoid further development of antimicrobial resistance. We need to expand preventive therapy and research for new tools to prevent TB more efficiently. We need to boost intersectoral approaches and civil society organization in improving psychosocial support systems for patients and their families. We need to spark enthusiasm in everyone. We need all stakeholders to live up to the challenge, show goodwill and engage in solid partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I encourage all conference attendees to continue their great work, pursue scientific excellence, create further evidence and share knowledge in the field of tuberculosis throughout the coming days and beyond. I wish you all a successful conference and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Hisham Abdullah for the keynote speech. I now would like to invite the Honourable Minister of Health of Malaysia, Yang Berhormat Khairi Jamaluddin, to launch the National TB Webinar 2022.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and salam sihat sejahtera. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to the opening ceremony of the National TB webinar in conjunction with the 2022 National TB Day. Although we are still managing the COVID-19 pandemic, the control and prevention of TB remains in place and should not be forgotten. Every year, we commemorate the National Tuberculosis Day in conjunction with the day that the Mycobacterium tuberculosis was discovered, the bacillus that causes tuberculosis. The purpose of this commemoration at the national level is to increase awareness, commitment and support from various agencies and organizations for the prevention and control of TB that is carried out throughout the country. The theme for this year's National Tuberculosis Day is Invest to End TB, Save Lives. The COVID-19 pandemic has put TB elimination efforts at risk. The World Health Organization predicts that if the detection of TB cases decreases by 25% and infection continues to grow, the mortality rate will increase by up to 80%. Therefore, the theme of World TB Day this year is specifically to convey a message to leaders, policymakers, agencies throughout government with the aim of securing their commitment in efforts to end the TB pandemic in a whole of government and whole of society approach. The theme also clearly states that there is an urgent need to increase resources in terms of finance, new technologies and manpower in the TB control and prevention program with effort to continuously combat TB. In addition, an ongoing commitment is needed to ensure equitable access to the prevention and control of tuberculosis in line with WHO's effort towards achieving universal health coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, The WHO has estimated that in 2020 there will be 10 million cases of TB, with a total death toll of 1.6 million worldwide. The WHO, in its MTB strategy, aims to make the world TB-free, where the incidence rate of TB will be reduced by 90% and the number of deaths due to TB will also be reduced by 95% by 2035. The TB incidence rate is one of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG, indicators that must be achieved by 2030. For Malaysia, the number of TB cases reported in 2021 was 21,727 cases, with an incidence rate of 63 per 100,000 population, which is actually a decrease of 8.4% compared to the incidence rate of 72 per 100,000 population in 2020. But this decrease in cases can be attributed to the effectiveness of COVID-19 SOP compliance, such as the wearing of face masks. However, from the aspect of tuberculosis transmission, it still cannot be explained because the performance of tuberculosis case detection activities, such as tuberculosis contact screening and high-risk groups, showed a decrease in achievement of 20% compared to the previous year. The total number of TB deaths in 2021 was 2,288, a decrease of 1.37%, with a mortality rate of 3.7 per 100,000 of the population. Mortality analysis showed that almost 30% of deaths were directly due to TB disease. The increasing trend of TB deaths in Malaysia since 2015 is a concern and needs to be taken into account by all levels of society. However, the decrease in the number of deaths in 2021 is small and still needs to be given attention so our community is not complacent. Ladies and gentlemen, tuberculosis is an infectious disease caused by the Mycobacterium tuberculosis, and it spreads through the air. Tuberculosis can infect anyone, regardless of race. 26 years ago, when I was 20, I was diagnosed with tuberculosis. I had suffered from chronic fatigue. I had lost a lot of weight. Doctors couldn't tell me what was wrong with me until finally I was diagnosed with tuberculosis, and I took medication for more than 6 months, and I am a TB survivor. We will be exposed to TB when we are close to individuals who have been infected with TB, or when they cough or they sneeze. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to give advice, also as a TB survivor. If you have a cough, if you're sneezing, please practice proper cough etiquette. Wear a face mask, and that's something that's become second nature to us during the pandemic. I would also like to urge, if you have symptoms of TB, such as coughing lasting more than 2 weeks, fever, night sweats, poor appetite, weight loss, all these things I experience, please get tested and seek treatment at the nearby health clinics and hospitals so that early treatment can be given and prevent TB from spreading to others. Among the key strategies for our National TB Control Strategic Plan is to increase case detection rates, treat patients until they recover, and strengthen screening and treatment of latent TB infection. Nowadays, close contact to tuberculosis patients can undergo tuberculosis screening test with the IGRA method at health clinics by medical officers. The implementation of chest X-ray outsourcing has been introduced and will help to improve the detection of tuberculosis cases. We are also considering the use of AI for chest X-ray detection of TB. Since 2017, the implementation of mobile tuberculosis screenings in the community has been carried out in Sabah and Sarawak, a method we are hoping to carry out also in Peninsular Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, public knowledge and awareness of TB is crucial. Therefore, MOH has launched the March campaign, Tuberculosis Awareness Month, where continuous dissemination of tuberculosis information through mass media and also the electronic media is done actively in addition to the exhibition of posters and pamphlets at all MOH health facilities. Today, a TB webinar session will be held to increase the knowledge of health workers related to TB disease management. Training is key to improving the skills of health workers and will continue to be conducted as, of course, technology and methodology improves. Support from family members, employers, colleagues, friends in the community to TB patients is essential in ensuring that patients successfully comply with TB treatments for at least 6 months. Misunderstandings related to TB disease and stigma against TB patients need to be stopped. Finally, I would like to congratulate all agencies and organizations that have been involved in making this commemoration a success. With the strong commitment of all parties, I am confident that Malaysia's desire to be free of TB will one day come true. With that hope, I am pleased to officiate the National TB webinar in conjunction with World TB Day 2022. Terima kasih.
bermulanya pandemik COVID pada tahun 2020, kita mendapati pelaporan kes TB telah menurun sebanyak 8 hingga 10%. Ini menunjukkan ada keperluan mendesak untuk kita meningkatkan sumber dari segi kewangan, teknologi baru dan juga tenaga kerja dalam program usaha untuk menangani TB ini. Ini adalah seiring dengan tema pada tahun ini, iaitu Invest to End TB, Save Life.
Adalah penyakit berjangkit dan ia boleh disembuhkan dengan mematuhi jadual rawatan yang ditetapkan oleh doktor. 24 Mac adalah Hari TB. Selamat menyambut Hari TB Sedunia 2022.
Rawatan awal TB boleh menyelamatkan nyawa anda.
World Tuberculosis Day 2022. Invest to End TB, Save Life.
Selamat menyambut Hari TB Sedunia.
I have no latent TB infection.
Imunisasi BCG adalah penting untuk bayi dan kanak-kanak untuk mencegah penyakit TB.
Selamat Hari TB.
Suntikan BCG diberi selepas kelahiran dan ianya adalah percuma.
Happy World TB Day. Oops, hentikan stigma pada TB. TB boleh dirawat. Selamat menyambut Hari TB.
Invest to End TB, Save Life. Selamat menyambut Hari TB Sedunia tahun 2022.
Invest to End TB, Save Life. Selamat menyambut Hari TB Sedunia peringkat kebangsaan tahun 2022.
Did you know that tuberculosis is still among the top infectious killer in the world? Let's spread awareness. Let's ensure all our loved ones and our young ones have access to vaccination. Thank you.
Each year, we recognize World TB Day on March 24th. This annual event commemorates the date in 1882 when Dr. Robert Koch announced his discovery of Mycobacterium tuberculosis. World TB Day is a day to educate the public about the impact of TB around the world. This year, we're celebrating World TB Day with the theme, Invest in TB, Save Lives. According to the World Health Organization, worldwide, TB is the 13th leading cause of death and the second leading infectious killer after COVID-19. In 2020, an estimated 10 million people fell ill with tuberculosis worldwide. 5.6 million men, 3.3 million women, and 1.1 million children. TB is present in all countries and age groups, but TB is curable and preventable. When a person develops active TB disease, the symptoms may be mild for many months. This can lead to delays in seeking care and result in transmission of the bacteria to others.
हाय चक्का चक है तू, हाय चक्का चक हूँ मैं, हाय चक्का चक है तू, हाय चक्का चक हूँ मैं। टपती दोपहर सी लड़के की लहर सी मेरी जैसी चाहिए तेरे जैसे को, फूलों वाली डाली भी हो चुम्मा भी हो गाली भी हो, बोलो कैसी चाहिए तेरे जैसे को। पलंग टूटता पहली रात सारा मोहल्ला करता बात, हुई तुम्हारे में बरसात, कौन वहाँ था किसके साथ। हाय चक्का चक है तू, हाय चक्का चक हूँ मैं, हाय चक्का चक है तू, हाय चक्का चक हूँ मैं।
Everybody, are you ready to party? Get up, like this, yo, like this. We let us go like this, yo, like this. 몸을 돌려줘 like this, yo, like this. 다음처럼 내려가 like this, yo, like this. 다 같이 stop, 자 흔들어봐. 자 오른쪽으로 걸어봐 두 발, 손을 머리 어깨 치고 다시 또 왼쪽으로 가 두 발, 발 짚고 일어나 오른쪽으로 걸어봐 두 발, 손을 머리 어깨 치고 다시 또 왼쪽으로 가 두 발, 발 짚고 일어나 모두 다 함께
I would like to invite our first speaker for the webinar today, Dr. Tauhid Islam, who is the coordinator of TB and Leprosy Unit at the WHO Western Pacific Region office in Manila, Philippines. Welcome, Dr. Tauhid Islam.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting Western Pacific Region Office of WHO in TB and Leprosy Unit in this National TB webinar in Malaysia on the occasion of World TB Day with the theme of Invest to End TB, Saves Lives. I'm Dr. Tauhid Islam, coordinator of NTB and Leprosy Unit, and I will be presenting today the topic which will cover regional TB situation, regional vision, and prospects of TB vaccine. So let's start with the tuberculosis situation in the Western Pacific region. We do have some known challenges, and there are some emerging or new challenges. Tuberculosis remains a major global public health issue. There was 10 million tuberculosis cases in 2020, 1/5 of that global burden in Western Pacific region, which means 1.8 million TB cases and 93,000 deaths due to tuberculosis. Also, more than 100,000 drug-resistant TB was estimated in 2019. There are major progress. There are good progress since 2000. TB incidence decreased by 31% and TB death decreased by 58%. We highly commend all the national tuberculosis program in this region. However, the progress is slow to reach the target. The annual reduction since 2000 is only 1.6% for incidence and 2.9% for mortality. If we continue in the same pace, to reach the NTB target, gonna take more than 100 years. One of the major issues in TB program remain the missing cases. In this region, 38% of people with estimated TB being missed. Also, COVID-19 pandemic posed a major challenge to the TB program. 20% shortfall in case notification in 2020 in comparison to the previous year. Also, an increase in estimated mortality due to COVID-19 pandemic. In this region, there are 5 high burden countries which accounts for more than 90% of TB incidence. 3 of them are based on the absolute number, China, Philippines, and Vietnam, and 2 of them are based on rate of tuberculosis. Those are Mongolia and Papua New Guinea. Previously, Cambodia was part of the high burden TB countries, but now it is considered of the global TB watch list. So as you understood that the countries have diverse in the level of TB burden in our region. In broader sense, we can categorize into 3 groups. One is that high burden country, which we just mentioned in the previous slide. But then there are the second group of countries where the TB burden remains high, which is more than 10,000 TB cases per year, but the rate of tuberculosis per 100,000 population is not that high. And those countries include Malaysia, Republic of Korea, and Japan. And there are another set of countries where the absolute number is not high, but the rate of tuberculosis per 100,000 population is very, very high, such as Mongolia, Kiribati, Marshall Island, and Tuvalu. Now, as we said, one of the major issue or the problem remains in TB is the missing cases. And moreover, this COVID-19 pandemic posed a major challenges. So the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on TB case notification is enormous. There is a reduction in case notification in 2020, and it is also seems that in 2021, the notification, TB case notification remains low. In this figure, you can see that in 2020, it was 20% less than 2019. And in 2021, the provisional case notification shows that 23% reduction against the 2019 baseline. Now, if we look at the country by country, the impact of COVID-19, you can see that the upper row is the low and intermediate burden countries. And from there, we highlighted 3 countries, Japan, Malaysia, and Republic of Korea, where you can see that there are different types of impact due to COVID-19. Now, in high burden country, the China and Philippines faced a major setback in 2020. However, in 2021, they came back or they recovered from the initial losses. But other countries such as Laos, Mongolia, Papua New Guinea, and Vietnam, they did not see much of the impact in 2020, but they started seeing the impact of COVID-19 on the case notification in 2021. Now, as we said, that an estimated excess TB death occurs due to this less case notification. And it shows that if the case notification is 20% less, then an excess amount of number of 137,000 TB deaths may occur in the region, which can bring back the successes of TB program almost a decade back. Now let's look at the treatment outcome. The treatment outcome remains good in our region, which is on an average around 90% or over 90%. But when we look country by country, we can see that some of the countries actually have less than 90% treatment success rate. Obviously, there are many different reasons for that, but that's the area where the improvement is needed. The second important point in TB control program is actually the prevention of TB treatment. If we consider in TB prevention, there is not much progress in the last few years. The global progress in provision of TB preventive treatment between 2018 and 2020 compared with the cumulative target set at the UN high-level meeting was not satisfactory. And if you can see that the only progress happens among the people living with HIV, which is almost 100% or more than 100% globally. But if you look at the household contact aged less than 5 years or household contact over 5 years, the progress is really, really slow. In our region, 39% of the people living with HIV received TPT in 2020 and 12% in children aged less than 5 years, household contact of bacteriological positive cases received TB preventive therapy in 2020. We also need to recognize that there are major risk factors which attribute to the TB epidemiology. And there are major 5 risk factors identified, and those are undernourishment, smoking, HIV, diabetes, and alcohol. Different countries may have the different risk factor as the major risk factor, but when we look at the undernourishment, it seems that in most of the high burden TB countries, undernourishment remain a major attributable factor for tuberculosis. We also need to remind ourselves that the cost faced by TB affected families are catastrophic, and it remains catastrophic. In our region, we did several patient cost survey, and we came to know that there are major proportion of the TB affected families are having catastrophic cost, which is in Philippines 35%, but in Solomon Island 92%. And what are the driver of these catastrophic costs? And we can see that the drivers are different in different countries. Like in Mongolia, the drivers remain almost equal as the direct medical cost, and direct medical and non-medical cost remains the major driver in Mongolia. But in Papua New Guinea, the indirect cost remains the major driver. So that's our brief on the TB situation in the Western Pacific region. But as we said at the beginning, that there are some emerging issues in our region. So what will be the future of the region look like? In our region, we are having demographic transition. It's a rapidly aging society. So very soon, we will be seeing that the aging society dominates in this region. And because of that demographic transition, reactivation of old infection may drive the epidemic. So the management of elderly TB will be a major priority in our region. Then the second group is the socio-economic development. This region is rapidly growing economic development. And rapid economic development may introduce different type of consequences. One is that transition from the donor-driven health program to the domestic funding. And in tuberculosis, many countries, or especially the high burden countries, are still dependent on the donor funding. However, with this socioeconomic growth, those countries may not be eligible in future for the donor funding. So there need to be a transition. Also, the rapid economic development may induce rapid urbanization, and rapid urbanization will put another layer of complexity in TB program. The third group is the epidemiological transition, and we know that the non-communicable disease are increasing, and non-communicable disease are becoming the priority in many of the countries in the Western Pacific region, which means 2 points, which indicates 2 points. One is the management of comorbidities will become more important in near future, and also the priority will be shifted from the communicable disease to the non-communicable disease, which may negatively impact tuberculosis program. I also would like to take this opportunity to remind ourselves that tuberculosis is a social disease, which means that it is caused by the mycobacterium bacteria. So from the exposure to infection, then disease, and from the biomedical intervention, if we can put timely, it could be cured, or it can go to the unfavorable outcome. But that's not the only aspect of the tuberculosis. We need to think about the downstream risk factor and the upstream determinants of tuberculosis. So some of the downstream risk factors, such as the crowding, zoonotic risk, silica, malnutrition, vulnerabilities, HIV/AIDS, non-communicable diseases. But if we go upwards and see that what are the upstream determinants, we will be seeing that the poverty, poor living and working condition, food insecurity, stigma, unhealthy behavior, those actually contribute to tuberculosis. And if we link those with the Sustainable Development Goal, at least it could be directly linked with the 12 Sustainable Development Goal. So when we need to think the TB control program, we need to have a holistic approach. Now, considering what we say, we can categorize challenges to TB control and elimination into 4 layers. The first layer is the essential TB function, and the challenges are insufficient case finding, lack of prevention, suboptimal quality of care, and drug resistance. But that's not the only layer. There are the layer outside TB, but within health system, such as the inadequate system towards universal health coverage, insufficient coordination to address risk factors, limited research and innovation, inadequate community and civil society engagement. But beyond health, there are a layer of challenges, and that includes insufficient social protection mechanism, limited multi-sectoral involvement to address social determinants. Also, with these 3 layers, there are some overarching or issues such as the weak coordination mechanism, inadequate financing, weak accountability, and lack of planning in emergency situation. Now, as we identify challenges, and that's the layer approach of challenges, how do we respond? You all are aware about the TB strategy, and TB strategy is always pragmatic and a continuous evolution happens. So from DOT strategy to stop TB strategy to end TB strategy. And always the global strategy being translated as the regional framework or action plan to make it contextualized for our region. So in 2021, we identified a need for a new framework for this region due to its slow progress, new experiences, new tools, guidance, unprecedented political commitment or momentum, and lessons identified from COVID-19. And through a series of consultation, we finalized, and in the last regional committee meeting, it was endorsed, the Western Pacific Regional Framework to End TB. And this has been published last week. You can see the link where you can find it. There are 2 versions. One is the full version of the framework, and another is the brief summary version of the framework. I hope that you will be reviewing and use this framework for your TB control program. Now, in this framework, there are few innovative ideas being introduced, and one is the art of backcasting, which means that we need to see the future, or we need to vision the future first, and then we come back to make the baseline accordingly so that we can have the desired future. So this is called Future to Now, addressing complex and long-term problem involving many sectors when external factors play a significant role. It focuses on how and what do we need to do today to reach that successful outcome. The framework is based on principles of social justice, ethics, and human rights with the approach of country focus and multi-sectoral approach. It has 4 action domains: One is TB specific or strengthen essential TB function, build foundation within health, promote health beyond health, and management and governance. All of these action domains need to be implemented through operational modalities. Those are system approach to strengthen service delivery, information for action, strategic communication and change management, and innovation and rapid uptake of innovation. Now, the next topic, we will be focusing on the innovation and rapid uptake of it. We identified, and we all know, that new tools for new diagnostics, drugs, and vaccines are very much needed. We also need to use the digital technologies and artificial intelligence. And we also embrace locally driven innovation. Effective vaccines are essential to break the trajectory of the TB epidemic. If you see this figure, this is the basis of the NTB strategy, where it was assumed that with the current tool, with the universal health coverage and maximizing our effort, with the efficiency gain, we will be able to reach certain level by 2025. But then to go further and reduce the TB burden further, we will be needing new tools. Such as the better diagnostic, including new point of care tests, safer, easier, shorter treatment, safer and more effective treatment for latent TB infection, and effective pre and post-exposure vaccine. Now, in next few slides, we will be talking about the prospect of the vaccine. How far are we from the dream of having effective vaccine against tuberculosis? So let's start with what we have. And we all know that we do have the BCG vaccines. This is the only licensed vaccine after its introduction in human in 1921. BCG vaccination is recommended as part of the National Immunization Program, and it is based on the country's TB epidemiology. In a high burden setting, it is used for all children, and in some countries where the burden is not high, then it is targeted for the risk group population. 154 countries have a policy of BCG vaccination for the whole population. And among those, 53 of these countries reported coverage of at least 95% coverage of BCG vaccination. In a further 32 countries, BCG vaccination is reserved for specific population group. Now, we all know that the BCG provides partial protection against severe forms of TB in infants and young children. Its efficacy in adolescents and adults are not high. So we obviously need new vaccines. And if we look at the pathway of the TB infection to disease, we can see that there could be different entry point for vaccine. It can be pre-infection vaccine, which will prevent to get the TB infection. It also can be post-infection vaccine, which will prevent infection to disease. And it also could be post-infection therapeutic vaccine, which can improve cure rate and also prevent the recurrence of tuberculosis. However, the development pathway for TB vaccine remains a challenge due to a lack of guideposts. Research and development of new vaccines are ongoing. Some clinical trial results of candidate vaccines are available. However, the progress is slow due to scientific setbacks and insufficient funding. We can mention that there is a lack of study on the role of non-conventional cellular immunity, limited set of candidate MTB antigens. There are lack of validated preclinical models and difficulties in generating evidence due to unstandardized efficacy endpoints. So in 2018, WHO organized series of workshops and developed preferred product characteristics for new tuberculosis vaccines and therapeutic vaccine. So there are 3 preferred product characteristics. One is for new tuberculosis for use in adolescents and adults, and its indication is immunization for prevention of active pulmonary TB disease. So these prevent from infection to disease, and target population is adolescent and adult. An outcome measure and efficacy is 50% or greater efficacy in preventing confirmed pulmonary tuberculosis. Another set is vaccine to be used in neonates and infants. And the target indication is the prevention of TB disease, including severe disseminated TB, TB meningitis, and pulmonary TB in infants and young children. And the outcome measure is equal to or greater than 80% vaccine efficacy as compared to baseline incidence, or superior efficacy as compared to BCG. And the third set is for therapeutic TB vaccine, is protection against TB recurrence following initial cure and increase the proportion of cure at end of drug treatment. And target population will be all persons being treated for active TB, and outcome measure and efficacy set for 50% or greater efficacy. Now, currently, there are 14 vaccine candidates in the pipeline. Some are in phase 1, some are in phase 2, and some are in phase 3. There are different types of vaccine, in mostly 4 groups. One is the viral vector vaccine. Some are protein adjuvant vaccine. Some are mycobacterial whole cell or extract, and some are mycobacterial live. It's good to see that some vaccine candidates are already in phase 2B and phase 3, which means that it's probably in next 5 to 10 years, we will have some vaccines from this pipeline into the real operation. Now, we will be focusing on one major vaccine which has a very good potential, and that's the M72, a SO1E vaccine candidate. This is a protein adjuvant vaccine, and this vaccine shows so far overall efficacy of 54%, higher vaccine efficacy in less than 25 years, and acceptable safety profile. So this vaccine gives us a hope, and this is in phase 2B trial, and this vaccine candidate gives us a hope that it may further progress towards the phase 3 trial. In 2021, by the European and Developing Countries Clinical Trial Partnership, the Amsterdam Institute for Global Health and Development and WHO developed a global roadmap for research and development of tuberculosis vaccine, with the aim to create a shared vision among the global stakeholders on short-term, medium-term, and long-term priorities, to provide guidance on activities to accelerate the development and delivery of new TB vaccines. So the global roadmap has 3 themes, 5 action lines, and 3 key enabling conditions. So the major 3 themes are diversifying the pipeline. Second, accelerating clinical development and ensuring public health impact. To have these 3 themes, there are 5 action lines, like the basic and translational science, improvement in animal model, in clinical trials, epidemiology and modeling, and research to ensure optimal implementation. For these themes and action lines, we need 3 enabling conditions. And those are adequate funding, open science environment, and stakeholder engagement. Investing in new TB vaccine is a priority, and probably it's a time to demand to end this century-long wait. The rapid advances made in the development and rollout of safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines give us a hope. Political commitment backed by the massive investment can lead to a faster access to a life-saving vaccine. We need to build on lessons learned from this COVID-19. The clock is ticking and the time to invest in TB vaccine is now. So we also need to learn from the other vaccines and the introduction of those vaccines. And we just talked about the COVID-19, and we probably also need to learn from the first efficacious malaria vaccine, This vaccine endured a protracted journey through regulatory, policy, and financing pathway. If you see this figure, you will see that the phase 3 of the malaria vaccine took 6 years. Its regulatory pathway took 1 year, and then policy development took 6 years. And the contrast with the accelerated timeline seen in emergency authorization process for COVID-19 vaccine. So for TB vaccine, we need to utilize the new platform technologies such as mRNA and innovative regulatory approach, such as conditional marketing authorization. These should be leveraged to accelerate development of TB vaccines. And the phase 3 study should be designed to address the needs of both regulator and policymaker so that it does not take long time to develop the policy. Now, considering those learning, WHO is currently in the process of development of a roadmap for introduction of new TB vaccine. And in TB vaccines, we already mentioned that among the 3 groups, it's the vaccine for adults and adolescents are prioritized, considering that the infected population, this seems the most cost-effective approach from preventing disease from the infection. So this roadmap describes the pathway through late-stage product development, licensure, and uptake, with particular attention to policy development, commercialization, financing, and implementation. Now, even after policy development, or even after the vaccines become available, then there will be a need for preparedness of the country. And the country preparedness for the new TB vaccine, we need to think of some element to assess when deciding to introduce the vaccine. So usually there are few points to be assessed. One is the strong decision-making and accountability process, strong immunization program, sufficient, well-trained, and motivated health human resources, functional vaccine management, cold chain and logistical system, safe immunization practice, monitoring and management of adverse event, high quality disease surveillance and immunization coverage monitoring, and financially sustainable program. For TB vaccine, some additional evidence may be needed, such as how to align the vaccine implementation with ongoing TB prevention effort, particularly among the population eligible for TB preventive therapy. We also need to think how to use the vaccine among vulnerable groups. We obviously need program innovation. Program innovation will be needed on how to achieve the acceptable coverage and equity in adults and adolescents who are not part of the traditional immunization. However, this COVID-19 showed that that is possible. Now, as we said, that this is all part of early preparedness. So for early preparedness, asking right questions is important. So there are maybe many questions. Maybe we can pick a few, such as how to ensure the adequate resources for the TB vaccine research. We also need to ensure that these resources are not diverted from the existing TB control program. And we also need to ensure that the resources to optimize access of the when the vaccine will be available. How to sensitize community, how to generate demand, how to roll out the vaccine across the all age group, and how to strengthen vaccine safety, monitoring, pharmacovigilance, crisis communication to sustain public confidence. So in summary, we saw that the diverse TB epidemiology in this region, Western Pacific region, is facing old and new challenges. New TB regional framework 2021-2030 provides the guidance on today's action needed to address challenges of tomorrow. New vaccines are in pipeline and will be a major game changer in the future TB response. Need in diversifying the candidate, standardizing the clinical and preclinical trials, and ensuring public health impact. Need to create enabling condition, not only for research and development, but also for delivery and uptake of new vaccines. And mostly, we need to ask ourselves those questions which we just discussed to prepare ourselves to be ready for uptake the new vaccine when it is available. So I would like to thank you all, and I would like to remind all of us that we have to demand to invest to end TB. This saves lives. The number I showed, those are not the numbers only. The people who died of TB, those are not the statistics only. Those are the people like us. We need to save their lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tauhid Islam. We will continue with the next talk by Dr. Kalpesh Sin Raheva, the Technical Officer for the Development of the Regional and National Policies, Guidelines and Plans for TB Control for the WHO Western Pacific region. Currently, he is working at the WHO Regional Office for Africa as a focal person for coordinating technical support to 47 African countries for TB, HIV, malaria, health system strengthening, and hepatitis. Dr. Raheva, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon. My presentation will focus on two different components: people-centered TB care and whether TB is making a comeback. This is the outlook of my presentation: trend of TB burden pre and during COVID period existing and emerging challenges which may impact TB incidence in future, whether TB is coming back, arguments for and against, and the actions required, and finally the summary. You would see here in this slide TB incidence globally as well as in the region was reducing, but not at the rate what we expect it to reduce. The notification, on the other hand, increased from 2000 to 2019 level in both at the global level as well as in the Western Pacific region. The gap, although initially was very wide, is reducing, but still there is a gap between the notification and the estimated incident TB cases. The gap was 30% at the global level and 25% at the regional level. Now, even before COVID, we had some challenges which were hindering the progress or causing slow progress in reducing TB burden. We already saw that the incidence was falling, but falling by just 1.5% per annum, which is not sufficient in terms of achieving our end TB targets of ending TB by 2030. And there were gaps. In Western Pacific region, we are missing almost 25% or a quarter of all incident TB cases, and this missed out cases continue transmitting disease in the population. And we also saw that there is a slow uptake of newer technologies and guidelines in mostly high burden countries. We have a large pool of infected people. Almost 25% of the world's population is infected by TB organisms, and 5 to 10% of them in their lifetime break down into TB disease. So the TB patients are coming unless we prevent breaking down of TB infection into TB disease, at least in high risk groups. But unfortunately, the TB preventive treatment is not adequately implemented. You can see on the right side, even now almost half of our TB patients are facing catastrophic costs due to TB, and which is also hindering the access to TB services. And then the COVID struck. In 2020 March, WHO announced and characterized COVID-19 as a pandemic, and then the whole response followed. Lockdowns and movement restrictions, and we carried out periodic surveys to understand the service disruption at the global level as well as at the regional level. And in most, almost 95% countries, we found out that there was a kind of disruption in essential services, and that led in TB to reduction of almost 20% in 2020. And we thought that in 2021 there would be a recovery, but the provisional data shows that the reduction had continued, and we are expecting even more reduction in TB detection in 2021. This is the country-wise reduction in case notification in 2020 and 2021 in high burden countries in upper block and low and intermediate burden countries in the lower block. And you would see here that in some countries the reduction was almost 35-37%. In Malaysia also about 10 to 15% reduction happened in 2020 and 2021. So if you look at the NTB strategy targets, we were supposed to reduce our deaths by 35% in 2020. And if you see the progress, we have reduced just 13% of TB deaths compared to 2015 baseline. The incidence also we expected 20%. Our target was 20% in 2020, and we reduced just by 6% in 2020. The third major indicator is percentage of TB affected families facing catastrophic costs. The target was 0%, and as we just saw that almost half of our TB patients, and there is a range from 35 to 92% of our TB patients are still facing catastrophic costs due to TB. In terms of UNHLM targets also we are missing, and they are also off track even before COVID, and COVID has just worsened the condition. So compared to our target of 40 million detection, we have so far detected just half of the cases. In TB preventive treatment also the target is 30 million, to start TB preventive treatment in at least in 30 million people between 2018 to 2022, and so far just 29% of eligible people are started on TB preventive treatment. There is a wide funding gap. The target is 13 billion per annum, and we in fact have not reached even half of our target. And then there are some emerging challenges which have potential to change the pattern of disease. Like, our societies, especially in Western Pacific region, many countries, their societies are aging very, very speedily, and TB is becoming more common among old age groups. The pattern of disease is also changing, epidemiology. Non-communicable diseases are on rise, and hence diabetes mellitus also is on rise in many countries, and which may impact on TB incidence in future. There are many other socioeconomic risk factors. Undernourishment is very, very common and has major attribution to TB incidence in many of our countries where TB burden is high. So let us see whether TB is really making comeback. There are some arguments for and there are some arguments against. We know that there is a huge pool of infected people, and in their lifetime, they'll break down 5 to 10% of them will break down in TB. So TB patients will keep coming unless we adequately implement TB preventive treatment. And currently, the implementation rate is very, very low. But arguments for, we have several options, even shorter regimens available for TB preventive treatment, and several vaccines are also in pipeline. We also have a threat of the drug resistance, which is increasing in many countries. But even today, the first-line drugs are almost 95% efficient, and there are many new drugs coming. Although the researches are going very slow. The third argument for is COVID delayed diagnosis, and undetected cases will continue transmission in the community. But on the right side, due to COVID, the mask and distancing habit was inculcated in people, in societies, in communities, and which might have prevented transmission to some extent. On the other side, economies shrank due to COVID, millions were pushed into poverty, and that may in future increase the incidence of tuberculosis. But now in just 2 years time, many of the world's economies are rebounding. So whether that short-term shrinking will have impact on TB incidence or not, that is yet to see. We do not know. Very less work has been done for socioeconomic factors so far, which have high attribution to tuberculosis. But there is now awareness, and the regional framework I would discuss soon, suggests some intervention to engage other sectors and to make them accountable for that. And there are some emerging factors we just saw that might change the pattern, meaning that TB becomes more concentrated in those high-risk groups. So we need to plan from now to address these factors. So there are arguments on both the sides, but so far as we have seen, TB incidence is falling. In fact, due to COVID, we lost few years of achievements, but there is a time to now catch up that. And we recently published a regional framework to end TB 2021-2025. This is for the Western Pacific region, and this is in alignment to end TB strategy. There are major 4 action domains have been recommended. 1 within TB area, 1 outside TB area, but within health, building foundations within health. And the 3rd action domain is promoting health beyond health, where we are recommending actions for socioeconomic risk factors. And then there are some actions recommended for overarching or managerial aspects. Within TB area, this is the traditional work which all countries have been doing: early diagnosis and engagement of all care providers. And these care providers, and we also have to ensure that all care providers, they notify almost 100% of their diagnosed cases. And then people-centered TB services. This is the second major area within TB. I would come to the definition very shortly in next slide. And then preventing TB infection and disease. Now, what is called as people-centered care? There are 3 major components of people-centered care. People are empowered and involved in planning, in decision making, as well as in implementation of services. And then the second component is health system focuses on comprehensive needs of the people for their whole spectrum of life. Rather than fragmenting them by disease. And then health services to ensure accessibility, availability, and quality of health workers and services. So this is a package which is termed as people-centered care, and which is very, very important to avoid fragmentation of services. Now, actions required in outside TB area as suggested in the regional framework. Within health, we need to contribute to universal health coverage, managing risk factors and comorbidities of TB, meaning strengthening our collaboration with other programs, strengthening research and innovation, and meaningful participation of the communities and civil society. These are the major headlines. And again, this is not an exhaustive list of actions which are required at the country level. Again, it depends on the country context. Outside health, contributing mainly in enhancing social protection and promoting whole of government and whole of society approaches, which we have learned from COVID. And in overarching component, adequate financing, TB sensitive policies, strengthening management and coordination, and managing TB emergencies are suggested. In summary, TB burden is reducing, but reducing at a very slow rate. COVID-like events may further hinder progress. There are challenges in all areas of the program, within TB, within health and outside health. So we need actions in all these three domains to achieve our target of ending tuberculosis by 2030. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rahiba, for the enlightening talk. We welcome our next speaker, the respectable Professor Madhuka Pai, who is a professor in Department of Epidemiology, Biostatistics, and Occupational Health of McGill University, Canada. He is an outstanding academician with impressive achievement in various academic branches and has interest in areas of infectious disease, including TB, epidemiology, global health research, among many others. I welcome Professor Madhuka Pai.
Hi, my name is Dr. Madhukar Pai. I'm a professor at McGill University and Associate Director of the McGill International Tuberculosis Center. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak on the impact of COVID pandemic on tuberculosis. COVID-19 pandemic, as we know, has been wiping out decades, years of progress in all areas of global health. TB, HIV, malaria, life expectancy, increase in poverty, impact on childhood vaccination, maternal child health, so on and so forth. And I think tuberculosis has been one of the most impacted areas in all of global health, as we wrote in this new publication in the New England Journal of Medicine in January of 2022. I think what we have learned is that during 2020, the first year of the pandemic, of the 10 million people estimated to have TB, only 5.8 million people were reported to have access to TB care, which means almost 4 million people are considered quote unquote missing. They were either not detected or not reported or notified. So the gap has worsened during this pandemic. Also, during 2020, we saw a substantial decrease in TB case notifications, almost a 20% drop in TB case notifications, and 16 countries accounted for the largest shortfalls in TB notifications, with India right at the top. Many Asian countries, in fact, India, Indonesia, Philippines, China, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Myanmar, were all very badly hit, and many people with TB were missed during the first year of the pandemic. The reality is substantially worse, and India is a great illustration. India has had 3 big waves of COVID-19 in 2020, the Delta wave in 2021, and then currently the Omicron wave in 2022. And there have been a massive number of deaths in India once you account for the undercounting and the undertesting. And this COVID-19 situation is clearly reflected in the TB case notifications in India. There was a big drop in TB case notification during the first wave, and then another big drop in TB case notifications during the Delta crisis when the Indian health system collapsed. And so if you account for the entire duration of the pandemic, many people have been missed and have not received adequate care. And globally, this has shown an increase in TB deaths. For the first time in many years, we have an increase in TB deaths. So there were 1.5 million TB deaths worldwide in 2020, and I'm sure the situation in 2021 will be even worse than 2020 because 21 saw the devastating Delta variant in many parts of the world. And so accounting for all of that, WHO models clearly suggest that TB mortality will rise up until 2025 before it starts getting better. So the TB epidemiology in the coming years will worsen, and that has been shown in multiple models. At the rate we are progressing with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic worsening TB incidence and mortality, it looks highly unlikely that we will reach the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals for TB. A lot of work needs to happen to bend the curve, so to speak. And many of these models actually do not even account for the worsening of social determinants. The pandemic has pushed almost 100 million people into extreme poverty, and developing economies have lost or will lose almost $12 trillion during this pandemic. And all of this will worsen poverty, and poverty is tightly linked to malnutrition and other determinants that will worsen the TB situation in the coming years. TB clinical trials, product development have all been delayed because of this pandemic. And there is a real concern about decrease in global health spending on TB. Already during 2020, we saw a drop in the amount of money spent on TB, and there is serious underinvestment in TB R&D as well. So in summary, we saw in the first year of the pandemic, the TB deaths have increased for the first time in over a decade. Fewer people were diagnosed and treated with TB or given preventive treatment. There were fewer financial resources for TB services as well as TB R&D. So the question is, how do we recover from this devastating impact that we are seeing on TB? In the New England Journal of Medicine paper, we listed multiple priorities: immediate term, short term, and longer term. I think in the immediate term, ending the pandemic quickly is absolutely fundamental for rebuilding TB services. If more and more variants and waves come with COVID-19, TB services will continue to suffer. We need to continue highlighting the worsening of the TB pandemic using real-time data, dashboards, and other resources, and keep our health systems accountable. We absolutely need to increase case detection and case notifications in the immediate term. Over the shorter term, we need to increase investments in research and development of new TB tools, especially learning from all the innovations that have happened in COVID-19. We need to include TB in the pandemic preparedness and response agenda because that's where countries are investing money in these days. And over the longer term, we need multiple interventions, personal, societal, and health system interventions to bend the curve and reduce the TB burden. And anything we can do to advocate for universal health coverage and SDGs will only be good for tuberculosis. And in terms of ending the pandemic quickly, vaccinating the world is the single most important priority. The WHO has put out a target that 70% of the population of all countries must be vaccinated by middle of 2022. And right now we are not on track to achieve that goal. And all of us have an obligation to advocate for COVID vaccine equity, which means rich nations must stop hoarding vaccines, share more doses, support TRIPS waiver so that more and more doses can be manufactured in low and middle income countries. And if we allow 3 billion people to be unvaccinated right now, and these are primarily in low and middle income countries where TB is such a big problem, then we will certainly see new variants in the coming months, and new variants and new waves will further devastate TB programs. And therefore, getting everybody vaccinated is one of the most important priorities for all of us, regardless of which area of global health we work in. Better data, all the dashboards and predictive analytics, and all the information that we've all benefited from about COVID-19, we should repurpose these tools and technologies to also develop real-time data for tuberculosis as well. And I think making TB dashboards and real-time data available freely to the public will allow greater accountability in the system as well. I think during COVID-19, we've seen incredible innovations, mobile phone-based risk triaging systems, mobile phone-based contact tracing, apps for education, so on and so forth. There is no reason why all of these cannot be repurposed for tuberculosis. In fact, some of them are being repurposed for tuberculosis, and it will be really nice to make this more normalized for TB as well as we have done for COVID-19. Diagnostics is another area where we can learn so much from COVID. We know COVID testing has steadily become simpler and cheaper and easier and closer to people's homes. Vending machines, home-based self-testing, sample collection at home. We know that there are molecular technologies that can produce rapid results for COVID-19. And we know there are rapid antigen tests and simple methods of sample collection, such as anterior, nasal, and oral fluid samples. We should absolutely adopt all of these approaches for tuberculosis and take TB testing close to people's home. There is a lot of interest now in integrated molecular testing for TB and COVID-19 using the same sample in the same laboratory using 2 different cartridges, for example. And our team has recently published an article, which is open access, outlining some of the issues around integrated testing for TB and COVID-19. I think it's possible and feasible to do integrated testing, but the yield of integrated testing is still not clear, given that COVID epidemiology changes with each wave and the syndromes that COVID and TB present. COVID presents as an acute syndrome, while TB presents as a chronic syndrome. So integrated testing may have lower yield unless it is adequately targeted. Another innovation we can all learn from is anything that we can do to take medicines close to people's home, offer telemedicine and telehealth, use digital adherence technologies, call centers, smart pill boxes, video DOT, medication adherence reminders on cell phones. All of this can and should be used even more for tuberculosis, learning from COVID-19. In terms of R&D, it's very clear that within a matter of a year, COVID-19 got billions of dollars in investments. Well over $100 billion have been spent, and that's about 1,000-fold higher than the investments we're making in a better vaccine for TB. And right now, it doesn't look like we'll have a new vaccine for TB for many years, and that is very disappointing. So it's important that we continue to advocate, and hopefully the mRNA platform developed for COVID-19 could be repurposed for developing a better vaccine for tuberculosis. And lastly, as I mentioned, we need multiple overlapping interventions because no one thing works for TB. We need societal interventions such as poverty alleviation, addressing malnutrition, so on and so forth. We need personal interventions, masking, ventilation, all of them can help. And we need a person-centered healthcare system for offering preventive therapy, for offering treatment of all forms of TB, managing comorbidities of people with tuberculosis, so on and so forth. Together, taken together, if all of these are implemented, I think we have a real shot at bending the curve and achieving some of the TB targets. Right now, it doesn't look hopeful, but we all have to redouble our efforts, advocate for greater resources that we need in order to truly end tuberculosis in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Madhukarpai, for the informative lecture. We will continue with the next talk by Dr. Dennis Felsen. Dr. Felsen works at the Global TB Program of the WHO in Geneva, Switzerland. Before joining WHO in 2008, he was a medical epidemiologist at the Euro-TB Surveillance Project in France, and earlier worked in public health in both state and non-governmental sectors. Dr. Felsen currently leads a team working on TB prevention, research, and innovation. I welcome Dr. Dennis Felsen.
Greetings. This presentation will discuss the use and investment in digital technologies for tuberculosis prevention and care, the main WHO recommendations relating to the use of digital health, and some future perspectives about the subject. My name is Dennis Falson and I work in WHO's Global TB Program in Geneva. Let us first start with a quick summary about the global situation on tuberculosis. This slide provides a quick snapshot of the burden of TB disease and death in the world using the latest WHO data. Our data are published annually in October. With about 1/4 of the global population infected with TB bacilli, the pool of individuals at risk of developing TB in the coming years remains huge. About 10 million people develop TB each year, and 1.5 million died of the disease in 2020. Close to 800,000 people have TB associated with HIV infection. Moreover, about 500,000 develop multi-drug or rifampicin-resistant TB each year. People living with HIV and patients with MDR-TB or rifampicin-resistant TB are two subgroups that are important not only for treatment, but also for prevention. The application of digital technologies in healthcare has a long history. This article from the early 1970s describes the rationale and composition of an electronic register for TB patients in a low-resource setting at the dawn of the era of personal computers. The basic principles of digitization of patient data that are proposed remain refreshingly valid today. Moreover, many of the demographic and clinical variables described here would be similar, if not identical, to the ones that we want to collect today for patients in care. It is also revealing that the pitfalls and challenges highlighted by the authors remain important barriers to successful computerization of health record keeping. The United Nations established the Sustainable Development Goals as global targets towards which countries should work to maximize development in the years post-2015. These consist of 17 goals, of which number 3 is devoted to health. Clearly, digital technologies will have much to add in this space. However, in actual fact, digital technologies contribute to all 17 goals, which are interrelated and critical to the achievement of the multiple dimensions of health. Strategic and innovative use of digital and cutting-edge information and communications technologies will be an essential enabling factor towards ensuring that 1 billion more people benefit from the universal healthcare coverage, that 1 billion more people are better protected from health emergencies, and that 1 billion more people enjoy better health and well-being. These are WHO's triple billion targets included in its 13th General Programme of Work 2019 to 2023. This conceptual framework categorizes digital technologies into 4 functions: patient care, surveillance, program management, and e-learning. There may be other ways of considering this landscape, and some digital products can serve more than one of these functions. Under patient care, 2 examples of digital adherence technologies are shown here. These help communication between the patient and the healthcare worker. One is video-supported treatment via real-time or recorded video communication, operated by a mobile device like a smartphone. The other one is a pillbox equipped with a SIM card that records when patients open their box and communicate with their healthcare worker. Under surveillance are shown electronic systems that record key information from people involved in studies or routine monitoring to assess trends and help deliver services better. Example to the patient location. Under program management, one can find applications like laboratory information systems and drug warehousing records, essential tools to help manage program resources. E-learning is an important function to enhance the capacity and skills of healthcare workers as well as patients. We can apply this conceptual framework to technologies being used to manage COVID-19. Thus, for instance, medication adherence technologies can be used to communicate with COVID-19 patients and their households. Test results for SARS-CoV-2 may be transmitted to the requester by data transfer systems attached to molecular diagnostic platforms. The data collection for contact investigation presents opportunities to capture indicators of COVID-19 tracing activities too. And e-learning courses for healthcare workers could more easily be extended to cover also the needs for COVID-19 than creating new resources. Whenever you introduce an intervention, you want it to do one of two things. Either to produce efficiency, that is, to provide the same results but at a cheaper cost, or to improve the effectiveness so that you get improvement in outcome or quality for any additional resources invested. This notion is very pertinent to digital technologies, which are very often expected by their implementers to improve both elements. In 2017, WHO introduced its first ever evidence-based recommendations for the use of digital adherence technologies in tuberculosis care. The evidence for the use of these technologies to improve treatment outcome remains uncertain and context-specific. Much of the evidence suggests that the technologies, such as mobile texting and electronic medication monitors, are helpful to support in-person care and to lower cost and human labor. However, it is less clear if these technologies can improve cure rates in situations where the standard of care is already performing well. The 2017 guidelines also recommend that video-supported treatment, or VOT, can replace in-person care when the video communication technology is available and can be appropriately organized and operated by healthcare providers and patients. National TB programs are encouraged to use digital adherence technologies for healthcare workers to help people complete treatment and to detect and manage adverse drug reactions linked to TB treatment promptly. A mechanism to record the occurrence and management of adverse events would be helpful for individual care. The WHO Prevent TB app facilitates the management of data and the monitoring of progress on TB preventive treatment and active TB case finding among contacts and other people at risk. The app is free to download from iOS and Android stores and can be installed on smartphones and tablet computers. The app can be customized via a smart setup site, and indicators can be displayed in tabular or graphic format via a dashboard output. Since 2021, WHO is recommending the use of computer-aided detection software employing machine learning, or CAD, to interpret digital chest radiographs in screening and triage for TB in people aged 15 years and older. By 2020, evidence from the use of CAD products found that their accuracy was comparable to human reading, making CAD a possible alternative when expert interpretation is not available. This is an important development as it means that TB screening can more readily be implemented in areas where radiologists or trained technicians are lacking. At this point, the proficiency of CAD to interpret the radiographic changes of pediatric TB is not yet established. However, the landscape of CAD software is rapidly changing. This slide shows some of the major software products that are currently being marketed to examine chest radiographs for abnormalities suggestive of TB. Another important consideration for the introduction of new technologies is their ability to replicate the performance observed in small studies or programmatic interventions to a much larger scale and keep accommodating growth. This is known as scalability. In recent years, India implemented a nationwide electronic TB register called Nikshay that allows surveillance indicators to be generated in real time. The TB program is now linking up other electronic tools to Nikshay to enable, amongst others, treatment support, send SMS reminders, enable the provision of free TB drugs and diagnostics in the private sector, and provide targeted vouchers to reward patient adherence to treatment. This is an example of integrated digital systems that have an impact on a large scale on TB care. In 2019, WHO produced a collection of recommendations about emerging digital health interventions that are contributing to health system strengthening and universal healthcare. These guidelines are also based on evidence and other considerations, as we have seen just before. Guidance classifies interventions according to critical steps along a typical patient pathway, starting with technologies used to register birth notification, through to targeted communication with health system users, different forms of telemedicine, through to stock management, as well as provision of training or e-learning. More recently, WHO released an investment guide as a companion to its 2019 Digital Health Guidelines, providing decision makers with a systematic process for developing a costed plan for digital health within one or more health program areas. This is all in an effort to make investments more needs-based and to contribute to greater interoperability between systems within a national digital architecture. Research methods to explore knowledge gaps at different stages may employ different qualitative or quantitative approaches. The Implementation Research Toolkit shown in this slide, which is freely available online, was created in 2020 by WHO with the Special Program on Tropical Disease Research, or TDR. It provides, in 6 steps, how to put in place implementation research for digital health and TB programs. One of the features of digital technologies is their versatility, and this toolkit can be repurposed quite swiftly for emergent needs such as those presented by COVID-19. Digital technologies have an important role to play in communication and information on healthcare. The WHO TB Knowledge Sharing Platform, or KSP, provides access to WHO TB guidance via desktop, laptop, tablet, or smartphone through the platforms shown on this page. Seven key features of the platform are highlighted here. Access to the 3 panels on guidelines, handbooks, and training materials via the 3 big buttons. Resources to quickly search across all sections. Accessing the ETB Guidelines Recommendation Database. Bookmarking and customizing content. And logging to your personal space. One of the areas that WHO is keen to help develop is an all-encompassing global strategy for digital health. This is to encourage international collaboration and create support for national health programs on research, evidence collection, and information sharing. You can find the strategy for 2020 to 2025 on the web. Artificial intelligence is one of the exciting frontiers for the application of digital technologies in medicine and public health. We already spoke about CAD, and this slide presents 2 other use cases. At left is an example of a smartphone camera emulating a trained observer supervising the ingestion of medication. By recognizing the unique personal gesture of a given patient taking a specific pill, the camera can monitor treatment adherence. This is of interest for people who may forget to take their medication and could improve TB treatment effectiveness. On the right are examples of chatbots to answer questions on a given health topic, in this case COVID-19. You can drop your question in a text box or else choose from the menu to obtain answers in a succinct way with leads to pertinent references. Such tools can help reduce repeat demands for information from healthcare workers. Chatbots operate on platforms that can learn based upon the patterns of information requests received. 3 other potential applications of AI in TB diagnostics include the interpretation of point-of-care ultrasound, auscultation, and the analysis of cough. The main determinant of whether digital technologies will be successful or not are the people who drive their development and those who use them. Stewarding digital technologies towards their meaningful contribution to healthcare requires visionary leadership and creativity. I wanted to emphasize this point because very often digital technologies fail because they were not premised upon a good use case or were not built around the people whose workload they were supposed to lighten. Concrete recommendations, including how to adapt existing innovations to the local context, are needed. In particular, the role of external partners needs to be oriented towards building and supporting country capacity to achieve digital health stewardship's potential to support health systems into the future. This excerpt is from the same article shown earlier. The conclusions drawn about the need for digital registration of patient data, which I leave you to read, still apply nearly 50 years later. Many of the same constraints that are mentioned here, and the perspective that the less labor you have, the more you need technology, hold true even today. In conclusion, new technologies will continue emerging and older ones evolving. We need to keep scanning for opportunities. Data need to be collected alongside all investment in innovation. And evidence for improved effectiveness, quality of care, or efficiency at large scale remains critical by means of randomized controlled trials and studies of combined technologies, assessing the impact of e-learning, electronic recording, etc. Having a broader span of data from more geographical settings and more population subgroups. Implementation research for context-specific barriers and facilitators. And the effect of policy change and the translation of study findings into policy. And finally, I would like to acknowledge the many parties that were involved in the work that I have presented, including many patients, many national TB programs, technical agencies, the European Respiratory Society, Global Fund, USAID and other funding partners, the Global Task Force on Digital Health for TB, and staff from WHO HQ, WHO regions and countries.
We will bring forward Dr. Zamzurina Abu Bakar's lecture before we adjourn for lunch.
It is my pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, Dr. Zamzurina Abu Bakar, our very own local expert with impressive experiences in various respiratory diseases, especially tuberculosis. She is a consultant pulmonologist in Institute Perubatan Respiratory in Kuala Lumpur. She is actively involved in research and development activities with publications in various high-impact journals. Please welcome Dr. Zamzurina Abu Bakar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh and a very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for introducing me. Thank you to the community for inviting me to give a talk on the missing cases of TB. So each year it is estimated about 10 million people develop active TB disease. 3.6 million of these individuals are missed. Among these cases, an estimated 400,000 children and 250,000 people with drug-resistant TB are also missed. Without proper treatment, 2/3 of patients with TB will die. In addition, in a single year, people with TB disease can infect up to 10 to 15 other people with whom they are in close contact. This means that each missed cases added more to the current TB burden, compounding the challenge to end TB. During this COVID-19 pandemic, there's a big drop in TB case notifications. The COVID-19 pandemic has reversed years of progress in reducing TB disease burden. In year 2020, there were only 5.8 million TB cases were notified. 16 countries accounted for 93% of this reduction, with India, Indonesia, and Philippines the worst affected. It is predicted if we do not do anything over the next 5 years, TB death in high burden settings could increase by up to 20%. Actions are urgently required. Comparing 2019 and year 2020, there is an increase in number of TB deaths among HIV negative people. There are also decrease in number of people newly diagnosed and reported of active TB disease. There were also decrease in the number of people receiving drug-resistant TB treatment, and there is also a decrease in number of people receiving TB preventive treatment. So let's look in Malaysia. So WHO has recently published a tuberculosis profile for Malaysia. It is estimated in year 2020, the total TB incidence in Malaysia is 30,000 cases, with the incidence of 92 per 100,000 population. However, we were only able to notify 23,644 cases of active TB disease. This is so sad. Why? Because we are missing 6,356 cases of TB. This morning, our YBMK has announced that our TB cases in year 2021 is about 21,000. Hence, we are missing another 9,000 cases of active TB diseases. So, overall, we have nearly 15,000 cases that we need to go and search and find all these missing TB cases for this year. Looking at the drug-resistant TB, there are about 221 cases lab-confirmed MDR and rifampicin-resistant TB, and only 123 are being started on treatment. So there are missing 98 cases of MDR and rifampicin-resistant TB. The worry is the risk of transmission to the close contact as well as to the public. Looking at the treatment success rate in 2019, our success rate is only 80% in new and relapse cases, and about 64% in MDR and RRTP cases who started on second-line treatment. So this actually imposes more risk of transmission of susceptible and resistant TB, especially for those who are unable to complete their treatments due to the loss to follow-up. TB preventive treatment, there were no statistic for HIV positive people, but for children less than 5 years old who is a household context of bacteriologically confirmed TB that was put on preventive treatment, it is actually 100%. I am not sure whether the pediatricians agreed with this statistic or not, but this is what was notified by WHO. And of course, for our budgets in Malaysia, all our TB financing are by domestic sources. So let's find these missing TB cases. Who are actually being missed? Where are the missing TB cases? Why are the cases being missed? And how can the missing cases be found? So the missing cases are usually among those who are vulnerable or underserved populations that are hard to reach or have difficulty accessing public health services. So those with poverty, children, people living with HIV, migrants and refugees, these are the known risk factors of missing cases. However, in those who are working in urban areas, the urban workers, I will put them as the one also missing cases, because all these workers, they are too busy working and couldn't find time to access the public health services. The reasons for missing TB cases: underdiagnosed, especially in countries with major geographic or financial barriers; underreporting of detected cases, especially in countries with large private sectors. We know some of the patients, they have been treated as TB, but it was not reported in the MyTB system. Inadequate access to health services, especially among vulnerable populations, health systems and surveillance gaps and weaknesses, inadequate linkage with private practitioners, hospitals, laboratories or NGO services, and absence of mandatory case notification or lack of its enforcement. I would just like to remind for the last statement, all patients with clinically diagnosed and or bacteriologically confirmed tuberculosis must be notified under the Prevention and Control of Infectious Disease Act 1988, Act 342 to the District Health Office. TB notification is mandatory within 7 days of diagnosis, and failure to notify is compoundable. We also noted that the reasons of missing TB cases is because of the lab diagnosis. One thing is that it is very difficult to get good samples, especially in children and people living with HIV. And our methods of investigation is still depending on sputum smear microscopy, where there are more advanced molecular testing, which has higher sensitivity and specificity. We are lack of point of care tests, in which there is actually delay the diagnosis. If possible, we want a readily accessible diagnostic test in one-stop center, radiologically and laboratory. That would be the best. Just want to highlight a bit of the children's. It is a bit worrying because the number of TB cases is rising. It may be due to the inadequate healthcare workers' capacity to suspect and diagnose children with TB. Could be due to the limited access to the diagnostic services and difficult to get the samples from these children's. Lack of sensitive diagnostic tools for the children, and often the TB is missed, and if it's diagnosed, it will be diagnosed very late. Contact tracing sometimes is not routinely implemented, and also there is an inadequate integrations or linkages with other programs. We do have a good maternal and child health service platforms, HIV programs, nutritional programs, but all these platforms are not integrated with the National TB Control Program. So why is it important? Why do we need to find the missing TB cases and treat all our active TB cases? Because we want to end TB. We want a world free of TB, and we want to end the global TB epidemic. We do have milestones and targets to achieve. If possible, by end TB 2035, we will have reductions in number of TB death by 95%. We will have a reduction in TB incidence rate by 90%. And of course, we want a zero catastrophic cost due to TB to our TB affected families. Finding the missing TB cases and breaking the cycle of transmission should be the major priority to end TB. In order to achieve this, we need to have a good, strong healthcare system, a strong public health workforce that can go out to the publics to find these patients, innovative approach to meet people at their places. We need an updated laboratory capacity to quickly and effectively diagnose the TB disease. And of course, we need to expand the access to the TB diagnostic and the treatment services. How can these missing TB cases be found? A few issues need to be addressed. We need to address the health services barriers. We need to go down and reach the vulnerable populations. We need to collaborate with other programs to intensify the childhood TB detection in the general healthcare services. We need to have a good recording and reporting reporting to address the gaps. We need to do more monitoring and evaluation, maybe to involve few inventory studies and to mandatory notification of TB diseases among the public and the private. Adequate planning for finding missing cases by targeting populations to be screened. Screening the whole population, doing a mass screening is not cost effective. We need the targeted groups of populations. How to close the gaps? We need a good knowledge, a correct attitude, and practice, which belongs to the public as well as the health providers. So the study looking at the community in Kajang, where they actually recruited about 384 respondents, and data were collected through the self-administered questions. So a good variables of female, there are also a mix of government, unemployed students and private, young age, and more of Malay. What is the findings of this study? Overall knowledge of respondent about TB was unsatisfactory, which was in medium level. The attitude level of the respondents toward TB was at moderate level. 70% of the respondents mentioned germs and bacteria as the cause of TB. 96% had answered questions correctly about the transmission of disease. 96% of respondents have awareness of TB symptoms. So it was suggested in this study that we need a specific interventions among the community to improve the awareness of TB. There should be more of health educations, interesting campaign through the mass media, as well as community participations. This study is published in the International Journals of Politics, Public Policy, and Social Works. It's not published in the medical journals. It's published in the political journals. They were looking at the knowledge of tuberculosis patients. So they managed to recruit 1,606 TB patients from Penang, KL, Selangor, Kelantan, Johor, Sabah, and Sarawak. So why are these states were chosen? Because they were having the highest number of TB patients in 2014. So when look at the knowledge on TB and its symptoms, 95% know that the TB is spread by cough. 81% knows that the germ and bacteria is the cause of TB, and 88% and 93% knows that the cough up sputums and cough more than 3 weeks are significant findings of TB symptoms. When they assess the knowledge on the TB infection, 89% know that the TB is infectious, 80% know that the TB can be avoided, and 88% said that the TB can be cured. However, when looking at the duration of TB treatment, it is so sad to see that only 64% of them knows that the minimum duration of TB treatment is 6 months. They are still saying that, some are still saying that the TB treatment is 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and some actually are not sure and do not know the duration of TB treatment. In total, there are about 21.4% of those TB patients do not know the duration of anti-TB treatment. This is very, very dangerous because these patients are high risk of default. When they default without completing the TB treatment, they may be still infectious and cause further transmission of TB, leading to more missing cases. Oh my, what we need to do is to enhance our TB counseling to our TB patients. Sometimes we need to repeat multiple times, giving them counseling. It's just for them to remember the duration of treatment and the compliance to anti-TB. This study is looking at the stigma of TB among the publics. So the answer should be strongly disagreed in all of the questions. Sadly to say, some of the questions do have about 10% mark. And in these questions, the patients, the peoples are still afraid of getting the TB to them and also not mix or mingle with TB patients. So looking at all the answer, the percentage, and looking at all the statements and questions, our publics, our populations do still have a high stigma for TB. Would like to bring you to the table to question number 3, looking if they are symptomatic for TB. Sadly to say, only 68% will go and seek treatment. So we are missing another third of publics as they do not go to the clinics when they are symptomatic for TB. So these are the cases that we need to search and find for the missing TB cases. So this is studies among the healthcare workers in hospitals in Selangor. So various distribution of respondents among the PPK, nurses, matrons, house officers, and medical officers. So when they ask about the knowledge on TB, only 98% have heard about TB. So that is a bit suspicious because we are working in the hospitals and TB is one of the disease that is common in medical wards, in ED, in every department. So not hearing of TB is just not acceptable. And then when we look at the no sign and symptoms of TB, only 65% of them know the sign and symptoms of TB. This is also very worrying. This knowledge of the knowledge of publics based on the previous study are better than the healthcare workers in this center. Attitude of TB is not an issue, but when looking at the practice on healthcare seeking behavior, when they look at those who will seek appropriate treatment when they develop the TB symptoms, only 88% will go and see a doctor. Again, there are missing TB cases here because the staff do not go and seek treatment and work out for TB. So not only missing TB cases among the publics, we also need to find the missing TB cases among the healthcare workers. Let's look at the doctors assessing their knowledge in the TB CPG management, which was published in November 2012. The studies was done about 4 years later, assessing the medical officers and specialists. It involved 20 public healthcare facilities in Selangor, which comprised of 11 government hospitals and 9 district health centers. So a total of 465 doctors participated in this study. So these are the questionnaires. It's according to the chapters in the TB CPG. It involved the pulmonary TB, extrapulmonary latent TB, pediatrics and maternal TB, TB and HIV co-infection, adverse drug reaction, and TB control program. So do you want to know the results? Yes. Sadly to say, only 28% of those doctors pass all 40 questions. And when we focus on the must-know questions, there are only about 74.5% of doctors demonstrating good level of knowledge. So those, the doctors who are specialists, having trained in TB CPG and being involved in management of TB patients, do have a better knowledge on TB management. So this actually opened up our eyes that we may need to have a different target strategies in order to refine our doctors' knowledge and understanding of TB. We may need to have a different training approach and more training on the CPG approach for all our doctors. It may not be enough. We also need to allocate CPD points for the career pathways and make the doctors managing TB a compulsory attachment to TB clinics. An audit on TB knowledge to evaluate healthcare providers' actual level of TB is also important. So we move forwards to the notification and reporting. So TB notification is defined as the process of reporting diagnosed TB cases to the relevant health authorities. In Malaysia is to the health district office, in which this health district office will then report to the Ministry of Health TB sectors, and the TB sectors will report to the WHO through the national TB programs. Usually the cases detected in the public sector will be reported. However, a large proportion of cases that are detected and treated in the privates are not reported. So these are also the missing TB cases. They are being treated, but they are not reported. They are not in the statistic, so they are not reported to the WHO. So just a reminder again, all TB cases must be notified under the Act 342 to the District Health Office. Active case finding is another way to find the missing TB cases. Active case finding is defined as systematic screening for active TB, either outside the health facilities or within the health facilities, targeting to the specific populations which has high risk of developing TB. The objective of active case findings are finding these targeted cases and to initiate the treatment immediately to rapidly cure and prevent transmission. So acute case finding is basically search, treat them, and prevent the transmission. So this is the framework for acute case findings. There are multiple steps, about 13 steps, and there are also indicators for monitoring of these active case findings. In this COVID-19 pandemic era, we need to include the COVID-19 steps into our framework of active case findings. The major challenges in active case findings activities is that from the community, stigma is the biggest challenges. A lack of awareness about TB and lack of family support and fear of loss of wages when the patient comes to seek treatment, to seek diagnosis is also an issue. The transportation costs and the preference to go to the private healthcare to avoid the overcrowded in the public hospitals. So that would be the major challenges. From health providers' perspective, there's a lack of motivations of the staff due to insufficient incentive and inappropriate timing of the acute case findings. Some of the staff are not cooperative because they have to divert from their usual work to do home visits, community screenings, and other activities outside the health facilities. The technical experts also need to choose a selection of population groups. How frequent does these groups need to do screening? And what are the diagnostic algorithms against the feasibility of implementation in the target population? The cost and also the outcome of this algorithm and the program. The managerial, they need to coordinate activities in the large populations. They need to manage the staff going from house to house visits, how to go to the remote areas. They need to mobilize the screening, the equipments, the staff training and supervision, how to transfer samples from field to the laboratories or mobile vans or mobile x-rays. And of course, they need to keep the quality assurance of all the testing kits. There is a Swiss cheese model for ending TB, adapted for TB by Furin and Pai. In each of these cheese model, there is layers of interventions that have gaps in between that lead to negative TB outcomes. So only by addressing these multiple layers that we protect the individual from either TB infections or TB-related mortality. So how can we find the missing millions? First, we need to reinforce the capacity within the local health systems to diagnose and treat active TB cases. There are studies for 20 decades saying that many people with undiagnosed active TB had previously sought medical attention but was not diagnosed. And some with active TB, due to the geographical or financial barriers, are not able to sought medical attention. So all these barriers need to be sought out. More knowledge of the healthcare workers need to be improved. Second is to expand the active case finding interventions, especially in household contexts. As we know, household contexts are easily identified at the time of diagnosis of the index case and more likely for this household context to develop early disease and can be progressed rapidly. In one of the systematic review, it shows that those household contexts develop active TB in 4.5% of them and latent TB of 51.4%. So all these active TB and latent TB need to be treated. Tuberculosis in times of COVID-19, the topic was presented by the previous speaker, but I would like to highlight again, because of the COVID-19, our missing cases are triple. So in order to remind our patients, because they are so occupied with COVID-19, we need to do more promotion to minimize the TB-related stigma and also to have more information on TB. Contact tracing is also a core strategy. It is advised to do the contact tracing for both TB and COVID-19 to prevent transmission. Early care seeking for TB symptoms or if exposed, those patients during the COVID-19 pandemic, they are being restricted to their homes, so they do not go and seek treatment for TB because of afraid of getting COVID-19 in the clinics and also afraid of the roadblocks that prevent them from getting treatment. So this should be stopped, and we should go and find them and treat them for active TB. Personal infection control practices such as face masks, when the government imposed on wearing the face mask, I was so happy because it will not only stop the transmission of COVID-19, it will also stop the transmission of active TB in the public. However, it doesn't stop the transmission of TB in the household because we do not wear face masks in the household. So then screening for infectious infection and disease. So during the COVID-19 pandemics, there are a lot of point of care tests that being developed, the RTK test, the saliva test, in which the patient can do it at home. So hopefully with this, it will help those innovations in TB and diagnosing TB by patient themselves at home. So when they test for TB, it is positive, then they can come to the public health clinic for treatment. So then they will be diagnosed early and be treated early. TB preventive therapy, I think from this COVID-19 pandemic, we have learned that prevention is better than treatment. So more patients now are willingly to take the TB preventive treatment. Quality of care, including safe and effective regimens. Yeah, we must make sure that our medication supplies adequate, and also the compliance of patient we need to assess. During the COVID-19 era, I think there were limitations of the patients to do dots daily in the clinics, and most of the clinics have moved on to the video observed therapy. TB infection control, the PPE by the healthcare workers now, I think it is good. By using the PPE is not only reducing the risk of COVID transmission, it also reducing the risk of nosocomial TB transmission. Public-private mixed partnership is actually very important for us to find the missing TB cases and to provide the TB care. So it is involved by the public, private, as well as the NGOs. The objective is to increase the TB case detection, to improve the TB treatment outcome, to enhance the access and equity, and also to reduce the financial burdens on patients. As we know, usually there are a lot of private clinics near to the patients, so it is very accessible for the patients to go and visit the clinic. So all healthcare providers, both private and public, can play one or more important roles in TB control, including to help identify people with TB. I think this is the most important. Once we identify them, then we can do the next steps, investigate, prescribe the treatments, be their supervisors, trace the defaulters, provide the information and spreading awareness, training of the supervision of healthcare staff and management of drug supplies and equipment. So in summary, COVID-19 has caused severe disruptions of TB care and services, preventing to progress towards achieving global TB targets. In order to restore the progress towards TB elimination, a more refined and multifaceted approach is strongly needed to find the missing TB cases and TB management. We need to strengthen the societal, personal, and health system to adapt to the current global situation under COVID-19 political support, scaling up the TB investment, improvement of the PPM relationship, and improving the timeliness and quality of TB data reporting. This would be the priority. Now it's time for us to take action on reducing the gap. Remember, there are 15,000 missing cases for us to find. It's time to improve the National TB Control Program, adapting to the COVID-19 endemic. It's time for us to stand and work together to end TB. I hope Malaysia will be free of TB by 2035. Thank you.
Such an enlightening talk, Dr. Zamzurina Abu Bakar. I thank you very much for that. Now, I would like to bring forward Dr. Muhammad Ihsani's lecture before we adjourn for lunch. Dr. Muhammad Ihsani Mahmud is a public health medicine specialist and a senior principal assistant director at Sector of Tuberculosis, Disease Control Division, Ministry of Health of Malaysia. He is involved in the training of national tuberculosis control programs for healthcare providers and also training for other government and non-governmental agencies. He has also been actively involved in TB-related research and has been a speaker in conferences, especially in tuberculosis, either locally or internationally. Let us welcome Dr. Muhammad Ihsani Mahmud.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon everyone. Hi, I'm Dr. Muhammad Ihsani Mahmud from Tuberculosis and Leprosy Sector, Disease Control Division, Ministry of Health, Malaysia. This presentation actually is to discuss whether the potential benefit of latent TB infection treatment outweigh its risk at the individual patient level. The long duration of latent TB infection treatment, a good chance that LTBI may never develop into TB disease, and potential side effects of LTBI treatment are always the potential barriers to prescription and uptake of the LTBI treatment. Therefore, let's take a look if conducting screening for latent TB infection and treating the individual with LTBI are beneficial and really worth for investment. Let's start by looking at the TB situation and its trend in Malaysia. Malaysia had reached plateau beginning the year 2013. After 2019, the incidence and TB cases shows downward trend from 81 per 100 population to 62.8 per 100,000 population in 2021. The reduction trend has given an optimistic vision that Malaysia is on the right track towards achieving the anti-TB strategy. However, it is not yet enough to bright us all. Efforts to break all chains of tuberculosis transmission and infection must still be going on until the goal is achieved. In many countries around the world, unfortunately, TB remains a leading or major cause of ill health and mortality. According to this graph, the number of TB deaths increased between 2019 and 2021 from 2,205 to 2,322 deaths. The case fatality rate in 2020 was 9.8% up to 8% in 2019. An obvious impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is that it has disturbed the progress of our efforts in reducing the number of people who died from TB. For TB incidents, the first milestone of NTB strategy is a 20% reduction in the TB incidence rate, which is the number of new and relapse cases per 100,000 population per year by 2020 compared to 2015. The progress has been slowing down with the cumulative reduction in TB incidence per 100,000 population from 2015 to 2021 was 10.3%. Only just over halfway to the 2020 milestone of the NTB strategy. For the mortality, Malaysia is far to reach 2021 milestone of a 35% reduction in TB death between 2015 and 2021 instead of the targeted 35% reduction in the number of TB deaths between 2015 and 2021. There was an increase of 35%. The number of TB deaths could rise further in 2022 and 2023 on top of the COVID-19 pandemic. For everyone's information, the next 2025 milestone is a 50% reduction compared to 2015, followed by targets for reductions of 80% by 2030 and 90% by 2035. The SDG 3 includes a target to end the global TB epidemic by 2030, which with the TB incidence per 100,000 population per year defined as the indicator for measuring progress and also the number of TB deaths. Year 2020 witnessed the beginning of COVID-19 pandemics in Malaysia. As a result, there was 10% decrease in tuberculosis cases reported on that year compared to 2019. At the Epi Week 13 to 2022, a very significant decrease in cases appeared due to the implementation of a restricted movement control order nationwide. The trend of TB cases continued to decrease in the year 2021, where there was a decrease of 8% tuberculosis cases compared to 2020. During the phase of country recovery plan, which is Pelan Pemulihan Negara, the cases slowly to pick up. However, cumulatively still lower than the number of TB cases in 2020. It is quite difficult to conclude the decrease in TB cases is due to the reduced transmission of the TB disease. This is because the case detection rate showed a decline trend from 87.3% in 2019 to 71.8% in 2021. Similarly, active case detection and contact screening showed a decline trend too. This indirectly gives the impression that this decline in activity is due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. However, the case fatality rate significantly showed a rising trend. The WHO also had predicts that if the detection of TB cases decrease by 25% and continues to occur, then the mortality rate will increase by up to 80%. The COVID-19 pandemic is exhausting. The deployment of energy and huge allocation of finance to deal with COVID-19 greatly has affected the control and prevention of tuberculosis and therefore has put the NTB progress at risk. The celebration of World Tuberculosis Day is to commemorate the date in 1882 when Mycobacterium tuberculosis that caused tuberculosis was discovered. To raise awareness, commitment, and support from various agencies and organizations for the prevention and control of TB are the main purpose of this celebration. The theme, Invest to NTB, Save Life, has been selected to highlight without adequate financial resources, we cannot win the fight against TB and at the same time reverse the severe impact of COVID-19. The disruption has caused by the pandemic have led to increased mortality from TB, decreased the number of people diagnosed and treated for TB, and dangerously affected the right of people with TB. To NTB is the first and foremost financial, yet the investment of hard work, determination, emotion and energy are as essential as the monetary aspects needed to end this preventable and curable disease. This year's World TB Day is about putting all of this investment into a common goal that is saving life. In a study in the USA and Canada, 17% of those who were offered treatment for LTBI declined to accept it. The study found that among healthcare workers, 52% rejected treatment. Another American study also showed poor uptake of treatment for LTBI among healthcare workers, possibly suggesting that they might have some doubts about whether treatment of LTBI is beneficial to them personally. So, how does the Malaysia situation about their perceptions and uptake of LTBI treatment? Why are we still investing in LTBI screening and treatment? Please bear in mind, the aim of sharing today is to develop a novel personalized decision that estimates whether the treatment of LTBI is likely to have a net benefit for an individual and which can be used as a point of care decision aids. The wider goal was to overcome some of the barriers to prescription and uptake of treatment LTBI, which described earlier, by providing individualized information for decision maker, physician and patients to complement the public health perspective. All contacts to tuberculosis cases should be screened and followed up for at least 4 times within 2 years of duration. At least any active TB will be detected and treated early, and those who are LTBI will be counseled for treatment and monitored closely. However, the performance of contact screening in the last 2 years is not encouraging. The screening and attendance rate had reduced from 80% to 9%. In view of high attrition rates, something needs to be done to ensure that contacts who have the potential to get active TB and LTBI are closely monitored so that our healthcare workers are not burdened. It had been in the policy since 2011. The people living with HIV and under 5 child who is the contact seropositive PTB to start with the isoniazid prophylaxis treatment after exclude the active TB. However, the uptake is still low. Possibilities they develop active TB later are high. Besides that, the conventional method for contact screening with TST or tuberculin skin test caused large number of latent TB infection were detected. 35% of contact were no TST done. The requirement of multiple visits for TST is the reason why many contacts refuse to perform. At least 15% among the 35% of no TST done develop active TB during the 1 year duration of follow-up. For this reason, the implementation of new strategies and methods to reduce the dropout rates, improve the detection of active tuberculosis among contacts, and increase the treatment of LTBI uptake is very important. The World Health Organization (WHO) has published an action framework for countries with low incidence of tuberculosis that identifies treatment of latent TB infection as key strategy to achieve TB elimination. In order to achieve this ambitious goal, it is necessary to combine reducing primary transmission of Mycobacterium tuberculosis by prompt case finding and treatment of infectious TB cases with targeted treatment of LTBI. The existing evidence does make the justification stronger to encourage more screening done to confirm latent TB infection and increase the uptake for latent TB infection treatment. It is known that TB has a variability of incubation period. Neutralizing the reservoir of latent infection is proven in preventing activation of TB among the high-risk group. With the problem statement stated and strong evidence published, there are two main justifications why LTBI screening methods needs to entirely improve and highly encourage for LTBI treatment. At least 90% of TB incidence rate can be achieved by the year 2035 by treating both active TB and LTBI, since it has become the key attainment of the anti-TB strategy. Every year, at least 200,000 contacts are registered, and the huge number of contacts defaulter has burdened the healthcare worker to trace them. The high positive predictive value and negative predictive value of IGRA do help the contact follow-up better. We confidently can discharge those negative IGRA, and the follow-up pattern among the contacts will be more focused and efficient. The availability of shorter regime always become the selection of choice by everyone, especially the physician and patients. The availability of LTBI treatment is favored over a wide range of values, and for risk of progressing to active disease really low. As the evidence in studies showed, the threshold values for annual risk of active TB among the treated LTBI resulted as low incidence. The threshold for patients' individual annual risk for developing active TB, above which treatment of LTBI was beneficial, increased with age and were higher in males than females. The threshold value for the annual risk of active TB, above which treatment for LTBI was beneficial, ranged from 13 over 100,000 to 93 over 100,000 for female aged 10 to 75 years, and from 15 over 100,000 to 119 over 100,000 for females aged 10 to 75 years. And the WHO also has put in the updates for the recommendation of LTBI treatment regimens for adults and children, which is to make it the life of the physician easy and without the hesitation can prescribe based on the regimes as suggested by the WHO for all the patients with LTBI. To ensure the sustainability of IGRA method for detecting LTBI in current settings, the number of IGRA centers are added from year to year. They are located at 6 states and can cover the neighboring states too. In addition, incubator centers have also been set up to ensure the smooth implementation. The number of tests is also monitored to ensure the quality of program implementation is truly effective. LTBI is nothing new. It has existed for a long time. Only the implementation of the program is still new in Malaysia. As a result, the level of awareness and the importance of treating LTBI is difficult to predict. Therefore, the health education and health promotion programs in emphasizing LTBI treatment are always being conducted to ensure that all parties are aware of the importance of screening and treating LTBI. When implementing any new methods, cost is always the major agenda that is often raised up during meeting. Moreover, in terms of sustainability, the test will always be available in our program. Many publications related to cost analysis for LTBI screening were published, especially for the application of IGRA method. Even though it is found that the cost of test is quite expensive if compared to TST method, however, in health, the cost calculation must be comprehensive. It must include the indirect cost of screening and treatment. We analyze various clinical scenarios or high-risk groups to demonstrate the use of IGRA and treatment decisions. In all scenarios, IGRA is the less costly and more effective if compared to TST in all groups. The recommendation is to treat LTBI also based on these findings and the sensitivity and specificity of IGRA. The era of modern screening began in 1968 with a landmark publication by Wilson and Jungner for WHO, which stated, screening is the presumptive identification of unrecognized disease or defect by the application of tests, examinations, or other procedures which can be applied rapidly. Screening test sorts out apparently well persons who probably have a disease from those who probably do not. A screening test is not intended to be diagnostic. Persons with positive or suspicious findings must be referred to their physician for diagnosis and necessary treatment. Wilson and Jonas stated 10 principles that should be used to assess whether screening is an appropriate course of action to improve public health. This principle laid the foundation for scientific debate about the benefit, harm, cost, and ethics of screening program. Let's relate LTBI screening and treatment program with Wilson and Jonas principles. For number 1, LTBI condition and TB is actually an important health problem. The availability of treatment regime for latent TB infection, even now, the shorter regime is readily available. Only then the uptake of treatment among the LTBI needs to be monitored regularly. The facilities for diagnosis are available and now in the planning for expansions. All patients can get their treatment at the local health clinics, which explains the points number 3, 5, and 6. For point number 4 and 7, I believe it is already established that LTBI are asymptomatic. Normal chest X-ray, only the IGRA or TST is positive because the antibody against Mycobacterium tuberculosis complex is there. To explain point number 8, the latest CPG for TB management has been updated on LTBI management, and the Disease Control Division of Ministry of Health Malaysia also has released the order for screening and treatment LTBI. This LTBI programmatic is not just a pilot project. It has been mentioned in the National Strategic Plan of TB Control and Prevention Program from 2021 to 2030. So it is a continuous program. Chronologically, we begin from a pilot project which involves 7 states and 3 national public health laboratories in year 2019. In view of the finding and feasible for implementation this LTBI screening with IGRA method into the LTBI program, later we expand it to all 15 states and added 2 more national public health labs and 50 incubation centers to ensure the smoothness of the program for year 2020. In year 2021, based on program review and good progress of LTBI screening and treatment, the criteria were expanded to healthcare worker and contacts in TB outbreak. We managed to secure budget and added Sarawak as one of the IGRA centers. The framework program comprises steps in program evaluation practice and standards for effective program evaluations. Adhering to the steps and standards of this framework will allow an understanding of each program's context and will improve how the program evaluations are conceived and conducted. So, the indicators are set up at each level so that compliance will be better and able to achieve the outcome and goals. For the treatment outcomes of LTBI, the requirement of 2 years of follow-up does make the program more significant because the progress of LTBI to active TB is now able to quantify. To make it more significant, those LTBI who refuse treatment are also need to follow up to see how many of them develop TB later. At this moment, the progress of program is going on well, and we still need to strengthen our data management system to ensure the effectiveness of the program. What is the current achievement of LTBI programs? Beginning of year 2019, 51.6% of LTBI were treated. Percentage of LTBI has increased in year 2020 despite of pandemic COVID-19. However, number of screening has reduced. In year 2021, the screening rate was picking up and percentage of LTBI was treated also increased up to 73.6%. Coincidentally, the incidence rate of TB also showed reducing in trend. It could be taken as the proxy of that LTBI treatment program had helped in reducing the incidence TB. This graph actually is a visual representation of the table from previous slide. The prevalence of LTBI range between 21.5% to 25.5%, which is equivalent with estimated by WHO. The significant increased percentage of treated LTBI prove that all the efforts made by our healthcare team at district and states to convince their LTBI to agree for treatment. So they are doing a remarkable job. The indeterminate rates are still high, as the National Tuberculosis Program indicator for indeterminate rates must be less than 3%. So, more thorough observation and audits need to be done among the implementer to make sure the sustainability and efficiency of the program is always at par. Since the introduction of LTBI screening program with IGRA method begins among the contact of TB cases, it is good to see how many contacts have actually progressed to TB and its positive rates. There are some bias issues need to be considered when looking at this table. In the MyTB or TBIS registry, 150,000 to 200,000 registered contacts every year need to perform screening. However, the availability of IGRA only covers 10% of the contact. Therefore, more number of IGRA tests need to be increased and this usage of TST is strengthened so that every contact is screened and confirmed either LTBI or TB-free. However, as a proxy to show effectiveness of the program, the positive rate for TB is actually reduced if compared to 2019. The incidence rate of TB among the healthcare worker also showed reduction in trend, and it can be as a proxy for impact of latent TB treatment among the healthcare worker on top of the good compliance with personal protective equipment and infection control SOPs among the healthcare worker. Now, we are almost the end of my slide presentation. The reason that we're still further away from hitting the goal of the NTB strategy due to not or late seeking treatment by patient lead to increase in mortality, missing TB cases, low treatment adherence lead to high loss of follow-up cases, and non-adherence to contact screening and follow-up as required by SOP. So the guideline on the management of LTBI published by the WHO in 2014 emphasized that individual benefit outweighing risk should be the mainstay of latent TB testing and treatment. And also, there is still a need for the evaluation of the cost per avoided active TB cases to evaluate the cost benefit of LTBI program. And that's all my presentation for today, and happy World TB Day celebration. Thank you for the organizing committee, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the enlightening talk by Dr. Muhammad Ihsani. I'm pleased to tell you that we'll be having lunch break now. We will be back for our afternoon session at 2 p.m. by more talks by highly esteemed local speakers.
While enjoying your lunch, we will show you all the unedited videos produced by the participants of the World TB Day 2020 competition, which was organized by the Jabatan Kesihatan Negeri Selangor and MAPTB Selangor. After the videos, I would like to invite all the participants to scan the QR codes on the screen for the CPD points and the certificate of attendance. Enjoy your lunch and see you at 2 p.m.
Cerita ini mengisahkan tentang sahabat baikku Kahar. Pada tarikh ini, Kahar telah meninggal dunia akibat jangkitan TB ataupun tuberculosis. 3 minggu sebelum ini, Kahar telah pergi berjumpa doktor kerana batuk yang berpanjangan. Keputusan X-ray menunjukkan paru-paru Kahar telah terkena jangkitan TB. Kahar seorang yang degil, dia tidak mempedulikan kata-kata doktor. Semakin hari keadaan Kahar bertambah teruk. Dia tidak makan ubat dan tidak pergi mendapatkan rawatan ke hospital. Dia mengalami batuk yang teruk, hilang selera makan, demam, turun berat badan dan sakit dada. Satu hari, Kahar mengalami batuk berdarah dan sesak nafas. Aku menemuinya pengsan di bilik air. Kahar dibawa ke hospital, namun semuanya telah terlambat. Dia telah meninggal dunia akibat lambat mendapatkan rawatan. Kejadian ini menyadarkanku bahawa TB boleh membawa maut jika tidak dirawat. Cerita ini mengisahkan tentang sahabat baikku Kahar. Pada tarikh ini, Kahar telah meninggal dunia akibat jangkitan TB ataupun tuberculosis. 3 minggu sebelum ini, Kahar telah pergi berjumpa doktor kerana batuk yang berpanjangan. Keputusan X-ray menunjukkan paru-paru Kahar telah terkena jangkitan TB. Kahar seorang yang degil, dia tidak mempedulikan kata-kata doktor. Semakin hari keadaan Kahar bertambah teruk. Dia tidak makan ubat dan tidak pergi mendapatkan rawatan ke hospital. Dia mengalami batuk yang teruk, hilang selera makan, demam, turun berat badan dan sakit dada. Satu hari, Kahar mengalami batuk berdarah dan sesak nafas. Aku menemuinya pengsan di bilik air. Kahar dibawa ke hospital, namun semuanya telah terlambat. Dia telah meninggal dunia akibat lambat mendapatkan rawatan. Kejadian ini menyadarkanku bahawa TB boleh membawa maut jika tidak dirawat.
Tolong saya tu. Kau datang ni dah semain sejahtera belum? Sudah tu. Aku dah tahu dah. Apa sebab kau datang kembali? Kau tak payah nak cerita panjang. Ada orang yang tak berbuat hati dengan kau. Ada orang dah menghantar barang dengan kau. Tapi tak apa, aku boleh tolong. Dah sedikit menjadi jangan panjang. Air ni sukunya kau minum. Lebihnya kau buat mandi. Dalam 3 hari kau akan baik. Pengerasnya 1000.
Okey, Cik Syirah, saya cek sekejap ya.
Kita...
Okey, berapa lama Cik Syirah keadaan macam ni?
Dah 10 lebih dah.
Dah 9 lebih dah. Ada batuk-batuk ya?
Ada juga.
Okey, darah tak?
Darah tu hujung-hujung ni lah. Dia rasa.
Saya rasa better Cik Syirah ke hospital lah. Ni antara simptom-simptom TB ni.
TB doktor? Hari tu saya pergi Muhammad dia kata santai.
Cik Syirah, macam ni, TB ni sebenarnya adalah kuman yang biasanya berefek pada paru-paru lah. So that's why mungkin Cik Syirah akan batuk-batuk dengan kerap. Dan antara tanda-tanda dia adalah batuk melebihi 2 minggu, batuk berdarah, lepas tu rasa berpeluh sejuk waktu malam, dan demam. Itu adalah tanda-tanda dia lah.
Tak banyak dah duit tinggal. Menyesal jumpa rumah. Tak lah, dari awal aku di hospital tak ada macam ni.
Iqbal. Hello Iqbal. Ahad ni? Okey juga tu. Aku pun baru beli joran ni. Aku beli 2 joran baru. Loceng pun aku dah beli. So kalau tak ada apa-apa kita jumpa Ahad ni lah. Alright, set.
Amar. Amar, mai. Aku tengok ni kau punya batuk dia teruk lah.
Amar, dah berapa lama kau batuk ni?
Taklah, saya rasa saya dah batuk-batuk macam ni lebih dari 2 minggu kot.
2 minggu? Okey, kejap. Amar, kau ada tak simptom demam dengan berpeluh waktu malam?
Ada.
Alamak, tak tahu kau ni kena TB tak, Amar?
TB?
TB?
Lah Amar, aku rasa kan. Sebab aku ada tengok tau dekat statistik ni tinggi. Baik kau pergi cek.
Ish, mesti mahal kalau nak pergi cek rawatan macam tu.
Kau jual lah kayu pancing kau tu.
Jual? Itu je lah benda yang paling aku sayang. Takkan aku nak jual.
Amar, kesihatan tu kan penting.
Betul. Kesihatan tu penting, Amar. Pergi cek cepat.
Nantilah aku fikirkan. Pak An!
Amar. Nampak teruk tu, Amar.
Pak An, ni je harta yang aku ada yang paling aku sayang. Kalau aku tak perlukan duit untuk menampung kos rawatan aku pasti takkan jual benda ni. Jadi aku harap kau dapat jaga benda ni baik-baik.
Faham, Amar. Itulah, kadang-kadang kita kena lepaskan sesuatu yang kita sayang jugalah untuk kita punya kebaikan masa depan kan. InsyaAllah tak ada apa-apa lah. Aku doakan semoga diberi kesembuhan yang segera.
InsyaAllah, Pak Ain.
Segala urusan lah. So aku belilah ni
Aku juga, Pak Ain.
InsyaAllah kau akan jaga sebaik-baiknya.
Terima kasih atas doanya.
Okay, Ma. Elok. Okay, selamat.
definition of tuberculosis, what are the symptoms of sign of tuberculosis, and what are the high risk and treatment for the tuberculosis. Now, I would like to explain the preventions for the tuberculosis. Let's see. First, we need to have a healthy diet like eating a healthy foods or vegetables. Next, we need to wash hands after sneezing or coughing. You also can use your own sanitizer. Next, you need to get rid of smoking and alcohol. After this, you also can have BCG vaccination. That's all from me. I hope you enjoy my video and let's spread the awareness regarding tuberculosis together. Invest to the end TB. Save lives.
Tuberculosis, a disease.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you are excited and energetic as myself here for the next equally enlightening and informative talks. We shall proceed with the next speaker, Dr. Suresh Kumar Chidambaran. Dr. Suresh, as all of us would have already been aware of, is the head of Department and Infectious Disease Consultant in Hospital Sungai Buloh. He is an outstanding consultant with impressive experience in various infectious disease and one of the national subject matters expert during COVID-19 management in Malaysia. He is actively involved in research and development activities with publication in various high-impact journals. I welcome Dr. Suresh.
Thanks. Thanks. I think I was asked to talk about closing the gap of TB and HIV care. I think it's nice to talk of something that is not COVID related for a while. And of course, I was suddenly struggling with words for TB and HIV because I've always been COVID for the past 2 years. Okay, so with regards to TB and HIV, why are we excited about it? This is a study done way back in 2000 by my peers, Prof. Adiba and Chris. So they showed that TB is the #1 AIDS-defining illness in Malaysia, right? 45% of AIDS-defining illnesses is actually tuberculosis. One of my fellow consultants, Dr. Leong Chilun, in his master's thesis, again during the same period, looked at all febrile patients who are HIV positive and tried to find the cause. Again, as you can see here, the most common cause is tuberculosis. So 28% of the patients actually, it is tuberculosis, the most common cause of febrile illness in HIV positive patients. And so as you can see here, so TB is such an important disease for HIV. Sorry, I can't move the slides. Hold on. Can you move the next slide for me? Okay, thanks. The reason why TB becomes so important in HIV is because of this, right? As you can see here, one on the left, you're exposed to tuberculosis. And when you're exposed to tuberculosis, you get latent tuberculosis. From latent tuberculosis to progression to active tuberculosis, the figure on the top, it takes about over the rest of your life, the risk of you getting active tuberculosis from latent tuberculosis is 10% if you are not HIV positive. In the bottom, you can see progression from latent TB to active TB. If you're HIV positive, it is 10% every year. And so 10% rest of your life versus 10% every year. So that's the reason why you see so much active tuberculosis in HIV patients. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask myself why HIV mortality is very high in TB mortality in HIV is very high. Because as you know, over the years, you all know that the HIV mortality is coming down dramatically. The HIV treatment is extremely effective and patients can live near normal lifespan. But however, if you ask me what is the #1 killer for HIV infected patients, it is tuberculosis. And so what I'm going to try to tell you in the next 25 minutes or so is trying to see why mortality of tuberculosis mortality in HIV patients is so high. I think the #1 reason is we are not doing enough to prevent tuberculosis, and isoniazid prevention therapy is not widely used. Even in centers like in Sungai Buloh and many of the tertiary centers, I think we are not doing enough for isoniazid prevention therapy. This is the WHO guidelines for IPT. It says ask just 4 questions in anybody who come in with HIV. Ask for current cough, ask for fever, ask for weight loss, ask for night sweats. If none of them are there, give them preventive therapy. So we don't do that. We don't do that because we don't ask these questions. If it's negative, we don't routinely give them preventive therapy. But as you know, many of HIV patients come to us very late. And when they come to us very late, of course, they will have one or more of these symptoms. If they have one or more of these symptoms, then of course, we need to investigate for TB. And if there is investigation comes back as negative, we need to start them on preventive therapy. Or if you realize this patient got other diagnoses like PCP or cryptococcosis, then after treating the cryptococcosis, we should again consider preventive therapy. So we don't do that either. Once we have finished screening the patients, we see other diseases, we treat other diseases, but we forget about giving them prevention therapy. And so across all these divisions, we miss chances to give IPT. One of the reasons why ID physicians generally, are not starting IPT that aggressively is because of this, right? We tend to say, this figure here you can see, if you start, the red line there tells you the TB risk as the CD4 count drops. So as the CD4 count drops, the TB risk increases tremendously. But when you start them on HIV treatment, the risk drops dramatically. And so many of us, this is what the reason we say, we are starting the HIV treatment so aggressively, maybe IPT is not so important. It's not so. It is not right. This is a study, a Temprano study, a fairly more recent study done on HIV patients. As you can see, the figure on the left, looking at death, prevention of death. The red line is ones who start IPT, and the blue line is ones who don't start IPT. And you can see here, IPT dramatically decreases the chance of death. And then the question now is, does it add? We're already starting them on ART. Does it matter regarding IPT? As you can see here, the group 4 is a green line, and group 3 is a red line, right? So group 3 is immediate ART, no IPT, while the green line is immediate ART with IPT. As you can see here, the mortality halves when you start IPT in addition to ART. And so contrary to what we all think, IPT adds to what ART does, right? But that's a study in Africa, and so we could look at studies in India. Sorry, this is a study in Myanmar, where of course the TB risk is quite similar to ours. And as you can see here again, the one on the left is just looking at IPT, looking at probability of incident tuberculosis, right? So probability of tuberculosis, obviously, when you start them on IPT, the tuberculosis risk drops, and on the right is probability of death, again showing that IPT, especially if they complete the IPT, the probability of death decreases. And so even in Asian countries, it has been shown. There's also a study in Indonesia showing similar trends that IPT makes a difference, right, in death. And so there are multiple IPT regimes. The one that we use is over 6 months, and I think we are trying to get rifapentin and see whether we could do 1 month TB prevention therapies. And so we probably have to shorten the TB prevention therapy so that it has become easy to give. But currently what we use is the one on the leftmost, 6 months of isoniazid, and I think it's the cheapest regime and it's worth trying. Okay, that's regarding. So the first one is we are not aggressive enough to start IPT. The second problem, of course, is challenges with diagnosis of tuberculosis in HIV patients. And I think it's quite a daunting task because there's higher incidence of extrapulmonary tuberculosis. It's a paucibacillary disease. There's lack of cavitation. All this makes diagnosis of tuberculosis extremely challenging in HIV, right? This diagram shows you the relationship between CD4 count and tuberculosis, right? So across the spectrum, be it high CD4 count or low CD4 count, the chance of you getting tuberculosis is very high in HIV patients. But the type of tuberculosis that you get is different depending on the CD4 count. When your CD4 count is high, the one on the left, predominantly you get pulmonary tuberculosis. As the CD4 count starts dropping, you get extrapulmonary tuberculosis, you get lymph node tuberculosis, lymphatic tuberculosis, you get pleural effusions. And further down, the CD4 count starts dropping, you get tuberculous meningitis. And further down, even further down, CD4 count drops, and many of the patients in our hospitals are with rock bottom CD4 counts. What we get is disseminated tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is affecting every part of the body, and that's the kind of tuberculosis we get. It's not just pulmonary tuberculosis, right? And examples of even within pulmonary tuberculosis, you can see if the CD4 count is more than 500, you get the typical tuberculosis that we all know of: upper lobe involvement, cavities, pleural effusions, the typical disease we will get. But when the CD4 count starts dropping, especially less than 200, you start seeing atypical tuberculosis, pulmonary tuberculosis. You don't see cavities anymore. In fact, if I see a cavity in my ward, in a patient in Sungai Buloh, for example, it is more likely to be rhodococcus than tuberculosis, because I hardly see cavities due to tuberculosis in ID wards, because most of them come with low CD4 counts. You will start seeing infiltrates in middle lobes and lower lobes, no longer purely upper lobes. You might just see nodular infiltrates. You could see effusions, pleural effusions, pericardial effusions. You might just see mediastinal lymphadenopathies, but nothing else. And some patients even have normal chest X-ray, but their gene expert or TB cultures are positive. And so the presentation of pulmonary tuberculosis is different when the CD4 count is quite low. And the second thing, of course, is so in a non-HIV patient, 10% of the tuberculosis extrapulmonary, but in HIV patient, up to 40% of the tuberculosis is extrapulmonary. And so we see a whole lot of extrapulmonary tuberculosis, and there's also 5-fold increase in incidence of CNS tuberculosis compared to non-HIV. And CNS tuberculosis is the #1 cause of death in tuberculosis, and so we see a lot more CNS tuberculosis in HIV patients, right? And so, given this kind of varied presentation, atypical presentation, lack of cavitation, and also a whole lot of extrapulmonary tuberculosis, the yield of AFB of sputum AFB becomes lower, because we all use sputum AFB as a #1 testing tool to diagnose tuberculosis, right? And so the yield drops. There's a study that looked at the yield of AFB smear and compared with mycobacterium cultures, right? As you can see here, there are, as expected, a lot more patients have extrapulmonary tuberculosis, right? And if you can see here, they did 3 specimens, a spot early morning and another spot. The first smear diagnosed only 29% of the culture confirmed cases. The second smear added on only additional 7%. Third smear added on only additional 2%. And so about two, if you do 2 AFB smears, you miss 102 of the 147 patients with tuberculosis. And so only 69%, almost 69% of the culture confirmed cases we are missing if we just use smears. And so the smear that we used as a gold standard in diagnosing pulmonary tuberculosis comes out lacking in HIV patients, right? And of course, just a reminder for you all, inducing sputum is a lost art, but it's still worth doing, and you should take out the protocol for induced sputum and try induced sputum in an isolated room or in open air next to your ward. It is worth doing it, because as you can see here, even HIV patients, induced sputum comes out as good as BAL, be it for smear or for culture. And so I feel induced sputum is a lost art, and I think we should bring it back to diagnose tuberculosis in HIV patients, because our existing tests are so lousy for diagnosis. So people wondered, if it's so difficult to diagnose tuberculosis, and the tuberculosis so rampant in HIV patients, why don't we just give everybody tuberculosis treatment? And there was a study done in Africa looking at, there are 3 studies done in Africa, for 3 studies done so far. I'm just quoting one such study, the STATIS trial, right? Where 1,000 patients, they randomized with 1,000 patients with very low CD4 count less than 100, and no active tuberculosis. They randomized them into giving systematic empirical anti-TB, or they had the enhancing testing protocol. they did a huge amount of tests for these patients and then only gave anti-TB treatment. And they found that the mortality is similar. But you wonder what was an enhancing testing protocol that they used that they could pick up so much tuberculosis, right? And the enhancing testing protocol, of course, had a gene expert there, right? So they had gene expert, they had a lamb test, and so there are a lot more tests than what we routinely use in our day-to-day practice, and that's concerning for me because we are using a lot less effective tests to diagnose tuberculosis and HIV. One such one I want to talk about is a gene expert ultra assay. As you can see here, the bottom row in white, the Gene Expert Ultra assay, it diagnosed 63% of the patients who are smear negative but culture positive. And so if we smear negative, then you stop there. Because the culture is going to take another 6 weeks to come back. But if you were to do Gene Expert, you're going to pick up 63% of the additional cases. And so it is a test worth doing in patients who got HIV with low CD4 counts, got pulmonary shadows in their chest x-rays, your sputum smear done properly, hopefully one of them is induced sputum, done properly, the smear is negative, it is worth trying sending it for Gene Expert Ultra because it picks up additional half of the cases that you would have otherwise missed. And of course, Gene Expert is not. It has got a varying sensitivity for extrapulmonary tuberculosis. As I mentioned earlier, almost 40% of our our TB patients, our HIV patients have got extrapulmonary tuberculosis, and of course, it has got varied sensitivity, quite poor for pleural fluids, but pretty good for tissues like bone and joint tissues. The other test that is available now is this lipoarabinomannan test, which is produced by the TB bacilli, and it is useful test, which is especially for patients with low CD4 counts. As I show you here, CD4 count is 0 to 100 cells per micro. The top row, if you see the CD4 counts are less than 100, it has got a sensitivity of 53% and specificity of 96.6%. That means it is a urine test. It's a rapid test. I'll show you the test kit in the next slide. It is just a urine test. You do a urine test, you will pick up about 506 patients. You're going to pick up 226 true positive and very little false positive. Of course, it is not 100%. You don't pick up everybody, but picks up a sizable number of patients who have tuberculosis. So it adds on to the sputum smears, induced sputum, as well as Gene Expert, and it's a pretty nifty test. It is just a urine test. You add urine to a rapid like a COVID saliva test kit, and then you get the results. And unfortunately, only LA has this kit, and they have still not registered this kit with MDA, and we are trying to push them to register this test to make it available for us. This is one of the additional tests that WHO recommends as an enhanced testing protocol to pick up tuberculosis early in HIV patients. And the other one the WHO mentions is trying to use CRP, because with COVID now, CRP is now widely available in most hospital setting now. And so to piggyback on it, I think using CRP, as you can see, a CRP more than 5 has got pretty good sensitivity. Its specificity is slightly better than the symptom screen I showed you just now. I showed you 4 symptoms, right? Cough, fever, night sweats, and loss of weight. So compared to these 4 symptoms, it is slightly more specific and is got similar sensitivity to symptoms. And so CRP more than 5 is also another marker that we can use to diagnose tuberculosis. That is regarding diagnosing tuberculosis. We are not using the enhanced testing modalities that are available currently to diagnose tuberculosis early. The third thing that we have to talk about is timing of starting HIV treatment in these patients with tuberculosis. Right? There's a meta-analysis that looked at TB patients with HIV. Clearly, it shows early HIV treatment saves lives. But however, early HIV treatment causes more iris. I'll explain in the next few slides what is iris. And so we've got a balance here, right? And so starting ART early saves lives but causes a lot more problems for patients, and if you're not good at managing those problems, of course it results in bad outcome. So what is iris? So immune reconstitution inflammatory syndrome is iris. So usually you think of this iris disease when you start TB treatment, improves for a while and then deteriorates once again. And the deterioration can be in the same place where it occurred earlier, or it can be a new place. And of course, before we diagnose iris, we have to make sure this patient was compliant, there was no drug adverse events, there was no malabsorption. So all that we need to think of, and we'll think of other causes for this deterioration. If you can rule out the number 3 and number 4, then you consider TB iris as this thing. So what do you normally see in our practice? So 2 to 4 weeks after initiating ART, you will see lymph nodes increasing in size. Pleural effusion coming fresh or increasing in size. You can start seeing new parenchymal lung lesions, or patients can present as if like TB before, fever, weight loss, poor appetite. But in iris, in central nervous system is the most disastrous, and it's a common cause of death in patients. So iris can kill, especially with CNS iris kills the most, and so that is something that is we're always worried about. So it usually happens a bit later, 5 to 10 months after starting ART, and your patient presents raised ICP, or the tuberculomas will be increasing in size, and we need to worry about. And so despite the iris issues, when to start ART after anti-TB? If CD4 count is less than 50, you should start ART as soon as possible, as early as within 2 weeks. If CD4 count is more than 50, it says start within 8 weeks. If you have an experienced team who can manage iris pretty well, you can start even earlier. CNS tuberculosis, we tend to wait for 4 to 8 weeks before starting ART, but don't delay any further. 4 to 8 weeks after starting tuberculosis treatment, you start ART in these patients. So this is a rough guide for starting ART. There is also a study that looked at using steroids to prevent this iris. So if your CD4 count is less than 100 and you want to start ART within 30 days after starting anti-TB, you could use this protocol: oral prednisolone 40 milligrams daily for 2 weeks, followed by 20 milligrams daily for 2 weeks. This is an option that you could do to start ART early in patients that you're worried, you're hesitant to start ART, because CD4 count is quite low, so you could give steroids prophylactically. In this particular study that looked at this issue, giving this prednisolone I showed you just now in patients CD4 count less than 100, you can see that with prednisolone, the chance of you getting iris decreased from 46% to 32%. And so based on this, you could use this thing. The last thing that I need to mention before I end is we need to integrate TB and HIV care. I know in primary care it is integrated, but I'm concerned that in tertiary centers, it is not integrated. So I believe every single TB center should be able to start ART, because ART is such an easy thing to start. Just 2 pills you start, and it's got a lot less side effects now compared to TB drugs. And so if anybody can manage TB side effects, they can easily manage HIV side effects. And so all TB centers should start HIV treatment immediately, and there are studies to show that starting it decreases mortality, right? And so to end, if we want to close the gap between deaths due to HIV and TB, and I think so, we need to do 4 things: TB preventive therapy, better investigations to look for tuberculosis, early ART initiation without steroids, and of course the 4th is integrate TB and HIV care. With that, I'll end the talk. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh, for your informative and enlightening lecture. Without further delay, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Nur Azah Yusof from the Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science, Universiti Putra Malaysia. She is known for her impressive achievement in various academic branches. She has received many outstanding awards, such as the Top Research Scientist Malaysia in year 2012 and Outstanding Researcher Award in year 2017. Please welcome Professor Nur Azah Yusof.
Yang berhormat Menteri Kesihatan YB Haji Jamaluddin, Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Hisham Abdullah, Director General Ministry of Health Malaysia, respected speakers, organizers, and here I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share our innovation, particularly on medical diagnostic for TB. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Nur Azah Yusof, professor in Anatomy Chemistry, particularly my field is in Biosensor, and currently I'm in Chemistry Department, Faculty of Science, also Research Associate in Institute of Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, known as IM2, Universiti Putra Malaysia. On the top outline, the first thing that I would like to talk about is introduction to biosensors, because it's not something that everybody knows, so I have to introduce this to all of you. And the second part is on the biosensors concept, to make sure that everybody can understand, can appreciate the development of biosensors. The third outline will be our innovation on TB detection. We have developed 3 systems on TB detection. The fourth one, even though it's dengue biosensor, because the sensor concept is you can sort of plug and play, means that the same system can be used for other diseases as well. So I'm going to also present our technology on dengue biosensor leads, as well as we have also developed Enos system, which we actually have tested on plant diseases. So I would like to share our work on Enos system, even though it is not, of course, being applied to any other human disease, but it is actually a very practical system to work on.
Previously, we are used to having samples bring to the lab and analyzed by big instruments. But nowadays, people are more used to portable devices. We are used to glucose meter as well as DIY rapid test kit for COVID-19. But in the near future, we are going to have implantable sensor, wearable sensors. And nowadays, you are familiar with Vital that you can look at your smartwatch or smartphone. But in future, you can have a real-time reading of your glucose level, and complicated diagnosis can be done in smart glass or wearable. Even your clothes or even the toilets can tell you, can give a good diagnosis of any diseases. What we have here are examples of biosensors that currently in the market. As you can see, Siemens, Nokia previously produced handphones, but they are now focusing on producing medical diagnostic devices. You can see there is sensor in the size of credit card, and at the right side you can see implantable or wearable sensors developed by DARPA. So DARPA invests 7.5 billion for implantable biosensor tech for the purpose of security. And this is the latest one for COVID-19. This is based on CRISPR technology. As we know, CRISPR technology has won Nobel Prize in 2020 under chemistry. This is a collaborative work between Wyss Institute for Biological Inspired Engineering at Harvard University and MIT. So this is a wearable mask which can detect COVID-19 at site in a very short time. Apart from that, we have eNose. The commercial name is Pyronose, developed to detect COVID-19. As you can see, this will actually help to avoid from taking samples which is actually painful from your throat as well as from nose. So thanks to the development of biosensors, diagnostics in medical are much easier compared to previous technique. Okay. So this is smart underwear. So on the battlefield of tomorrow, your underwear could save your life. So this is my picture with Professor Joseph Wang, who developed this smart underwear. Unfortunately, military has abandoned this smart underwear. So in future, if it is not underwear, it can be any clothes which can detect, which have sensors to monitor soldiers' blood, sweat, tears for signs of distress. So helps can be sent as soon as possible. So in future, or right now, if we are to develop biosensors or chemical sensors, these are the characteristics which are simple, automated system, with rapid means that very fast results, a long storage life, accurate and quantitative results, definitely low cost so that everybody can use it, and it has to be with portable readout device, and much more preferred if we can pair it with our cell phone. And it is a bonus if we can detect multiple analytes at the same time. So in short, what people want, what industries want is cheap and cheerful devices. Cheap for everybody to pay, and cheerful means that it can work, it can detect many, and it gives you good results. If you are to invest in technologies, biosensor technology is one of the jackpot, one of the best investment. As you can see, by 2022, the biosensor market value can achieve 27, almost 27 billion. And actually by 2028, it achieved 35 billion. And as you can see, based on the bar chart, that medical diagnostic, which is the point of care testing, home healthcare diagnostic, covers more than 50% of the biosensor market. This is SD Biosensor, a manufacturer of COVID-19 test kit in South Korea. This is one of the biggest supplier worldwide, and we in Malaysia have been using test kits from South Korea as well as from China. As you can see, this is the famous actor or Korean actor, and this is their official ambassador. So you can imagine how profitable SD Biosensor has been for a while. And you can see there are many startups in development of biosensors. So this is actually a good investment, and based on the markets that I've shown just now, this is a very beneficial for future investment. Okay? And among the techniques that have been used decided what kind of changes that you wish to observe. It can be based on current change, it can be based on color change, pH change, mass change. So based on that, we can decide which transducers, whether it's electrochemical or optical, piezoelectric, based on the changes that we wish to observe. We have worked on TB biosensor since 2013. In 2019, 1.4 million people died from TB. This is according to WHO. We never learn from mistakes. For the past 5 years, TB, a respiratory disease, has remained the biggest infectious disease killer because the TB agenda consistently became less visible in front of other priorities. What does it mean? Because due to COVID-19, TB patient has been ignored. And sometimes they are not diagnosed. So we can see 5.8 million people reported to have access to TB care, down from 7.1 million in 2019. So that is a 4.1 million gap of people undiagnosed or not reported. So this is due to the COVID-19, and we are focusing on COVID-19 and forgot about the TB cases. Why monitoring of tuberculosis is very important? Because actually 1/3 of global populations are infected with tuberculosis. And most people do not notice that they are infected with tuberculosis because sometimes tuberculosis infection can be latent. 10% will go on to develop active tuberculosis, and probably the rest are not with symptoms. But unfortunately, if you are getting old and probably one day you will be immunosuppressed, then the active symptom will appear. So monitoring is very important. The key fact is TB is curable and preventable at early stage. As you can see, these are the countries that have a big burden on TB cases. They are India, Indonesia, China, Philippines, Pakistan, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and South Africa. And the one that we are afraid of is multi-drug resistant TB, MDR-TB. Means that it is not responsive to a lot of drugs for TB treatment. So this is TB in Malaysia. I have statistics until 2018, and most cases are in Selangor and Sabah. So this is our health minister, current health minister, talking about TB deaths recently up to 5% due to drop in detection because the focus now is on COVID-19. So drug-resistant TB, DRTB, persists and threatens our health security. Malaysia will continue to strengthen latent TB screening and provide TB preventive therapy and ensure that DRTB is identified and treated appropriately, which I cite from a statement of Ministry of Health, Malaysia. So based on that, we have a collaboration with Idris and Berhad and Nano Malaysia Berhad. We have developed TB NanoSense, and you can actually look at the device in the YouTube, this YouTube link. basis of development of electrochemical TB detection, and we are using nano particle as the one of the modifier. And we can, as you can see here, we have done clinical sample testing of the TB nanosense, which is very important part in medical diagnostic devices development. And we are currently at the stage of larger clinical sample testing before any pre-commercialization activities can be done. We also work on aptamer antibody-based sandwich assay. As you can see, aptamer is a new types of biomarker, and we have actually achieved a very good observation in terms of specificity and sensitivity by using the aptamer. And this is example of binary analysis for antigen, TB antigen, and aptamer. Apart from electrochemical technique, we have developed optical technique called plasmonic ELISA. The electrochemical technique probably is useful for common people. It's quite easy to use. But plasmonic ELISA is actually very useful for labs, which requires testing for a large number of samples. By using ELISA, you can have multiple tests or minimum 96 wells, and you can imagine how many samples can be done at one time. So the detection is based on color change of nanoparticle. And this is the example of what we have done with sputum samples from TB positive patients. And we have checked the selectivity of the techniques, and it works very well. With the help of Anglia Ruskin University in UK under the grant Newton Fund grant, we have developed apps to help to actually to detect or to identify the color change, because we understand that by using naked eye is sometimes difficult to conclude the color, whether you have the right color for positive or the right color for negatives. So we developed together an app to come up with an app that can be used by using a mobile phone, and can have a conclusion whether you have TB positive or TB negative. And this work has been cited in a lot of news in UK news. And the last one, which Malaysians are very familiar with, is the test strip. Okay? Now people are very used to DIY, do-it-yourself test strip for COVID-19. So this is the basis of the test strip, and we have developed this test strip for TB detection. And the test strip has won gold in 2019 ITAX competition. And we have worked together with Sabah Anti-Tuberculosis Association Penampang branch to try to tackle their issues in TB cases. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic, the project has to be put on hold. So these are examples of the test strip testing on sputum samples, and as you can see, we have reproducible results and selective results in testing TB patient sample as well as negative samples. And based on this project, we were featured in a lot of news in newspapers, as well as we are featured in one of the documentary in RTM, Amazing Nano, episode 9. I would like to share our previous work on dengue detection. We have done this in 2013 until 2015. So the first dengue detection that we have developed is based on resistance. And we are using silicon nanowire-based electrical biosensor. So as you can see, these are examples of a very nice silicon nanowire produced by our group. So this technique is based on DNA biosensor, and as you can see, we managed to differentiate between complementary target DNA as well as RT-PCR target DNA. And the second technique that we use to to develop dengue-based dengue biosensor is by using electrochemical techniques. And here we have fabrication of silicon nanowires combined with gold nanoparticles modified electrodes. Based on these developed biosensors, we are able to test it on real sample detection, and this biosensor has showed an excellent discrimination of electrochemical signal between positive and negative samples. Hence, so we propose the use of eNose, electronic nose, for sniffing the infection of Ganoderma boninense in palm tree. So how does it work is because once the infection in plants surge, the release of metabolites as plant defense mechanism against plant pathogen interactions will happen. So the release of metabolites can be detected by using eNose. So this is our eNose. We call it versatile disease sniffer, and it is can be used coupled with mobile device for data collection. So it can use with a wireless connection to mobile for data collection, and you do not need to use laptop. And I would also like to promote my book, Biosensors and Chemical Sensors, a practical approach where you can read all of our research developments in biosensors as well as chemical sensors. I would like to acknowledge a series of stakeholders starting from Universiti Putra Malaysia for IPB and IPS grant, MOSTI for Science Fund, a few Science Fund, MOHE for MRAN, Nanomites, FRGS, MITE for Newton Unku Omar Fund, Nano Malaysia Berhad, Nanomite Consortium, and our counterparts UNIMAP, USM Kubang Krian, Institute Perubatan Respiratory, Sabata Penampang, IDRIA Sdn Berhad, HG Solutions Sdn Berhad, Upstream, Downstream Sdn Berhad, and all our partners in UPM, which I cannot put here because there are so many. And I would like really to acknowledge this group, the Biosensors and Chemical Sensors Research Group, UPM Research Group, those who has bring happiness to the lab. With that, I say thank you, sekian, terima kasih.
Thank you, Professor Nur Azza, for the informative lecture. Let us welcome the last speaker for today's webinar, Dr. Haji Abdul Razak Muttalib, the Vice President of Malaysian Association for Prevention of TB, Selangor. He was the Director of the Institute Perubatan Respiratory as well as Head of Respiratory Services in Malaysia. He moved over to Mahsa University as Professor of Medicine after retirement from the Ministry of Health in October 2017. He was also involved in numerous local respiratory diseases guidelines, including TB and multi-drug resistant TB guidelines. The floor is yours, Dr. Razak.
Thank you very much for a nice person. And the slides, I think I got to start from the beginning. Yeah, okay. Okay. Thank you once again. I'm sorry for the delay in these technical issues. I'm talking about commitment of this engagement of this committee for TB care. I think this morning you heard about Dr. Zamzurina was talking about TB diagnosis in Malaysia and also in the world, we are missing lots of TB cases. So one of the ways actually can get TB cases by getting the community involved. I must say thank you to Dr. Lana Said from WHO. She gave me all these slides for me to present today, and some of the slides are all from WHO. Thank you very much to her. This is my background, my speech, and I'll be talking about the WHO guidance, monitoring evaluation, TB, gas political visibility, and so on, role of WHO. And just something on TB. TB is still the main killer. Okay, in Malaysia, we asked me before COVID came to Malaysia, TB is the highest killer in Malaysia when talking infectious disease, followed by HIV. But now I think you all know about COVID is the main killer for in the whole world. We need to get a lot of people involved for TB control program. We actually have got only one NGO for TB in Malaysia, MAPTB. We have very few civil society organizations for TB control program, and we need a lot of people to work community to be active in TB management. It's not moving. Okay, I just want to show something on this HIV and TB in South Africa. This is a very interesting study where they're comparing the HIV experience and the TB experience. It's very interesting. When you talk about TB HIV services, there may be some political involvement in the HIV thing, but TB there's none. What about the HIV and ARD? I just want to give an example to you. How did the HIV actually got involved in their management, and then how the TB got in management? HIV and ARD actually stand for antiretroviral therapy. It's all driven by the activists. So in Africa, they find a lot of people with HIV over there. And for them to get the HIV treatment, they have a lot of activists there to fight for the treatment for the HIV people in Africa. And it's based on one person or maybe a few people with HIV over there. And the main thing is the needs of the patients are very important for their heart therapy. And it's less formalized, less standardized, and open to change. And there's always an activist in their HIV treatment in Africa. What about TB? TB is interesting. TB is only involved by the infectious disease specialist or a public health expert. And basically, it's the principles we follow for TB control program. We got one of the best technical program for TB control program in Africa and also in Malaysia. And we only talk about cure of 81% of positive TB cases. And there was never a political agenda in TB control program, unlike HIV. And this is very interesting. So how did the people in HIV get the community and volunteers? They are very active in getting the treatment action campaign in Africa. And the NGO also play a very important role in Africa for HIV treatment. And those people get HIV infected, and those affected by HIV in their family and also in the workplace, they play an important role in their HIV management in Africa. So HIV in Africa those days was all run by people with HIV, those affected by HIV, and a lot of community involvement was actually over there. This for HIV. What about TB? TB actually was lacking. That's the sad thing about TB. TB was basically a health domain. Like an example in Malaysia, we always say that TB control program is run by KKM most of the time. We have very few people in the what you call PPM at all, and we have very few people in the CSO and everything. So basically, TB control program in Malaysia run by the health domain. No activism in Malaysia, for TB control program, and even Africa those days. Patients know little about the disease. Like Dr. Zah mentioned this morning, interestingly, many patients don't know much about TB. And even healthcare workers don't know much about TB. So the knowledge of TB is very low compared to HIV then again. And the outcome again, we look at the sputum outcome. We do not think about the patient outcome over there. And most of the people do not know about the sputum collection and everything. And we do not tell them about side effects. So if you ask me about TB control program, they all depend on the healthcare department, how they treat the patient. Whereas in HIV, the patient is getting involved directly. So there are two different components here in HIV and TB. So that's why we only think that we must get the people to be involved in the community for TB control program. And this is something interesting. They already got this declaration done in 1978 by this Atta. And what did it say? The people got the right and duty to participate individually and collectively in planning and implementation of their healthcare. So we always give the whole thing to the people, just like HIV. In HIV in Africa, they say that you got HIV, you must take care of your disease. But for TB, there's nothing there. So that's why I always tell my patient is empowerment. Okay, empowerment is very, very important. It's not moving, my slide is not moving. So this is very, very important. Okay, I always tell that the TB is your disease. You must take care of your disease, and the community must take care of your disease, not the KKM, not the health department. So we must make sure that patient got a disease, and they must take care of them very well. And this is what they say again in 1998. People have the right and duty to participate in their own disease collectively, okay, not the department itself. Who are the people who got TB? Okay, this is very important, because we got people who are staying in a very poor area, poorly ventilated. They may not be taken care of very well for TB. And we got people who are migrants in Malaysia. You got prisoners here. We got people who are refugees in Malaysia. They're not taken care of very well. And we got people who actually got TB and HIV linked together. And of course, we got the mother and the child again. So all these people will have their own problems, which is not seen by the healthcare department. So that's where the community in all these areas, they will play a role to tackle them individually in their TB control program. So how can they be involved? There are 4 steps. The first thing is that get the community informed. You find there's a HIV community, or you find there's a refugee community in your area, get the people informed. Okay, you got this problem in your community, let's do something about it. Number 1. Number 2, what do you do? They say that, okay, let's get the community involved and then do some intervention in the community which is based in the place where they're staying, either refugees or HIV positive people or homeless people. Okay. And third thing is the collaboration. And this is important. Okay, we must collaborate with the KKM, with other NGOs and the COSOs to do it in the community very well. And finally, they say that empowerment. Now, whatever things said and done just now, I told you, you must give the problem to the community, not to KKM and not to other people. You must tell them this is your disease and the TB is inside you and the community. You must take care of it. We are there just to help you. We can form a network with the KKM and the NGOs and everything to help you to run the whole thing, and you are empowered to run the whole thing as community-based sort of a leader. You can see this thing being mentioned in 1998 itself by WHO. They mentioned that it should be done by community-based in 1998. Then they went WHO stop TB. Again, they say must go to the community. Then all over the years, they were talking everything about community-based. And then again, finally in 2012, then they gave the thing called Engage TB. And what is Engage TB? You can't see over there, I'm blocking you. Let me tell you what Engage TB. This is Engage TB. So what they say is that from the Stop TB strategy in 1998, now the 2014, they say that the WHO went to the Find TB strategy. So in talking about the End-TB strategy over there, then they say that communities are very, very important. So WHO find that the community plays an important role to get TB control program very well and then catch them early. Then they what is people call Engage TB. They are the people who operationalize this community involvement for TB control program. They implement the strategy to get the community involved for TB control program. It's not moving. Okay, what is the duty of this Engage TB here? So this is a part of WHO. To WHO get these people to become the leaders to get the community to be involved. What do they do? It's community-based TB prevention. They collaborate with the community very well in planning, supervision, and also monitoring the patient's sort of outcome. And then they also got the core indicators for all these programs. So these are the 3 main things that the Engage TB does. How is it done? They facilitate diagnosis services. Number 2, they also talk about treatment adherence and support. Number 3, they talk about TB prevention therapy and measures. And number 4 is social support is important for these people. Okay, so this is how the Engage TB under WHO help the community to be involved in their management of TB. Again, what they believe is that the engaged TB thing also want the community to be involved in other things. So you can get the community involved in HIV, in the maternal child health, in the primary health care, in the education, agriculture, and also in the water and this hygiene over there. They can also go to people who got household contacts, people with HIV, workplace TB, prisoners, homeless, migrant refugees, and also other people involved in TB management. Just give you some examples, okay, how this engaged TB was done. This is Indonesia, 2013, 2016. They found that there were 650,000 missed cases in Indonesia in this period. The blue one is estimated TB by WHO, by 1 million. But they can only get about 380,000 people. So they are missing about 600,000 cases per year in Indonesia. When they brought in the community to get them involved for TB control program, they only got about 2% at that time, 2015. So they find that when the community involved just randomly without any training, they only got 2% extra from the community involved. But the moment the engaged came in, from 2%, they went up to 10% in the year 2018. So that's very, very important. Once you got a community in your place to get TB control program, give them a proper training. From 2%, they can catch 10% people with TB in their community. How is it done? This way, okay? They have lots of radio talks in Indonesia. They talk about their program. They arrange everything in their own local languages. And then they go and do active case finding in Indonesia to get all the missing cases. And then they get community engagement, and then they go to all the households, we've got all the contacts, and then check them for TB in every place very, very carefully. And then finally, they will look at all the places where they got vulnerable people like refugees and prisoners and everything, okay? So with all these things done, they can find from 2% to 10% in just 5 years by community involvement. So this is what they do in Indonesia. Indonesia is just next to us, and they're doing a lot of good job for TB control program over there because their country is very big, their population is very, very big, and they got 1 million cases of TB in a year. We are lucky because we got a small population, and TB in Malaysia is only 21,000 over the past 1 year. So they get community workers to get a TB for contact, and they train all their community workers. These are all not nurses, they are all community workers, and they are all volunteers. And they all are given education of TB to go and catch TB in the community. And again, they also talk about TB in the community, the workers over there, given education very well. Bangladesh, again, very interesting. 100% coverage of community-based TB activities in Bangladesh. They help in diagnosis, in treatment, also in support, and also contact tracing again. Again, the workers also very important right now. They work for TB and also COVID-19 now. They can work together for both diseases. And then it's multi-sector involvement. They get a lot of people involved in the civil society organization plus NGOs and also the government. Vietnam, again, very interesting. Again, bidirectional TB and COVID-19 involved. And then they get all the people in the community involved for TB control program. Okay. This again interesting. In Kenya, again, they find that people who actually got PTB and then they got symptoms, they are not diagnosed very well. They have this program where they educate the people about TB, then they empower them about community actors, and then they also go into screening for TB in all these populations where they miss a TB. They find that they can go from 2019 from just 4%. With this activity by communities, they can go up to 10% in 2017 in just 4 years. Okay, so once they involve the community for TB control program, they can get actually more TB cases in the community. It is very important. They can get help in diagnosis. They can also help in treatment. And they can do a lot of other things. Like I say, whatever program you do, the Engage TB also does a monitoring. It's very, very important. When you do a program in the community, you must make sure it's done properly. And you want to make sure it's done also evaluated very, very well in the community. Yeah? And again, WHO does the same thing. So WHO also monitors the whole thing in the world about community involvement, and they find that many countries in the world do not do actively, except except India doing actively, the dark brown, and South Africa. Malaysia is not so much involved in community for TB control program. Okay, yeah? Maybe about 0 to 2% is all. So this again in Africa, the Engage TB, what did they find? 8 million population covered with this community-based TB services. They got 4,000 patient TB were actually identified in just in 1 year, and 90% of them were given treatment very effectively in Africa. And then there's integration, not only in the KKM, they go to maternal child health, they go to some breast cancer clinic and cervical cancer clinic, and they also go to other clinics where they can work together even with HIV. Yeah? So when you get community involvement with TB control program, they can put other people involved together for your other disease in the community. So again, this is what they do. Most of they do is that there's an NGO and a CSO over there, and then there's the National TB Control Program, and they work together with the community. So they work in a triangle over there. They all work together to get TB well controlled in their country. Yeah? This is a meeting last year, April. There's a virtual meeting for WHO Civil Society Task Force meeting last year. And what did they find? They find that they must include more TB in lots of major activities in the country and also in the world. And number two, they said you must scale up community involvement in TB control program. And number three, sustainable resources are very, very important. Sometimes they start very nicely, but then the whole thing just dwindles down. So they say you must maintain them properly. Yeah? And then harmonize the whole thing as a partner. Okay, yeah? You got to partner with the NGO, partner with the KKM, partner with the CSO and everything. Work together as a team. It's not moving. And standardized indicators. So you want to get the TB control program well, you must know what you're looking for in the management. Very important. I'd like to conclude in a few words. When you get the community involvement for TB care, what can we do actually? What can they do? They can screen. So you can get the community to be screening for TB. That's number one. Tell them how to screen for TB. Train them for screening for TB. Educate all the people in the community to screen for TB. Number two, once they find a patient with TB, they should know where to refer. Okay. Number three, we can also help them in adherence of TB treatment. So they can go to the house to see whether they take medicine properly or not. They can see whether they are adhering to medicine treatment very carefully or not. And sometimes they can't come to the hospital, we can give them the medicine to the house with the community workers again over there. And again, if they have money problems, give them some money support. If they can't take very well food and nutrition support, give them some food for nutrition and supplementation over there. And then again, awareness. Okay, so again, the community play an important role to tell people that TB is around, educate them about TB, the symptoms, the side effect of treatment, and then do everything for their awareness and communication again for these people. So this is my last slide again. If the community plays an important role TB control program. Okay, they can identify patients early, they can diagnose patients early for TB, they can also give them a better care for TB control program, and then awareness of TB is very important in the community, and finally treat them very fast effectively. Okay, and all these things can be done in the community with the people who are well trained. That's very, very important. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Haji Abdul Razak. That marks the end of our webinar today.
We would like to thank our honorable speakers as well as the participants for your time, energy, and enthusiasm in joining us in the National TB webinar in conjunction with World TB Day Celebration Year 2022.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to apologize for any weakness and shortcoming. We do hope that you have gained lots of knowledge and information from the webinar today, and we hope that they will be benefit for you in your daily clinical practice.
We hope to see you again. Happy World TB Day, everyone. Let us invest to end TB, save lives. Take care.
Good, well done.
Don't forget.